Welcome to the October 6th meeting of the Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board of Education. Superintendent, take the roll.
Ms. Perez?
Here.
Ms. Srivastava?
Here.
Mr. Reed?
Here.
Mr. Clark?
Here.
Mr. Short?
Here.
Mr. Huey?
Here.
Mr. Hoover? Absent? Oh, Mr. Hoover?
Oh, we'll count it. We'll
Here.
count it.
All are accounted for, President Reed.
Good timing. All right. We are going to be going into closed session until 6 p.m. The closed session matters include student matters, employer-employee relations issues, conference with legal counsel regarding litigation, conference with real property negotiators, and personnel matters. Are there any public comments? No one's here. Anyone online for closed session? Okay. Hearing none, we will adjourn to closed session. We will be back at 6 o'clock sharp. We're in closed session. Thank you. Welcome back to the October 6th meeting of the Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board of Education. If you will please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Broadcast statement. Broadcast and recording is being made at the direction of the board, and the broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. The meeting is being live streamed on the district's YouTube channel. Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board Policy 1313 promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among employees, parents, and the public. We will treat staff, parents, and members of the public with respect and expect the same in return. If any member of the public uses obscenities or communicates in a demanding, loud, insulting, and/or demeaning manner, the board will calmly and politely admonish the person to communicate civilly. Public comments during board meetings are an important component of public engagement and transparency, and all written comments submitted to the board by 3 p.m. today have been read. Per the Brown Act, the board is not allowed to enter into a two-way discussion on any matter not on the agenda. The superintendent will call roll for the board to acknowledge receipt of the electronic comments submitted by 3 p.m. today as it pertains to today's board meeting. Superintendent, please take the roll.
Yes, Ms. Perez?
Here.
Ms. Shrivastava?
Here.
Mr. Reed?
Here.
Mr. Hoover?
Here.
Mr. Clark?
Here.
Mr. Short?
Here.
Mr. Hui?
Here.
Everyone is here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Item 5, reporting out of closed session. Superintendent?
No action to report out of closed session tonight.
All right, thank you. And adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
I'll move it. Second.
All right, motion by Mr. Clark, seconded by Mr. Short. Superintendent, take the roll.
Yes, Ms. Perez?
Here.
Ms. Shrivastava?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right, let's see, moving on to item 6, special presentations. Students, Superintendent?
Yes, I'm very excited and privileged to be able to introduce to you tonight Sutter Middle School's principal, Mr. Tarek McFall, and he's going to be highlighting our web students from Sutter Middle School. We've got a large group of students, and we're so glad that they're joining us tonight. You know, our focus has been on making connections and building those relationships. And web is one of those groups where our older students are opening doors, literally and figuratively, for our 6th grade students as they start in a new middle school coming from elementary school. So we're going to hear highlights and a presentation that Mr. McFall is going to lead us in. So welcome, Mr. McFall, and look forward to your presentation here.
Okay, thank you. So good evening, Superintendent Collegian, Executive Cabinet, our esteemed board. My name is Tarek McFall, proud principal of Sutter Middle School, and along with some of my amazing students, I would like to share with you some of the ways that Sutter Middle School's Web, Where Everyone Belongs program helps students build leadership skills while creating and maintaining sustainable relationships. With that, I will step back for a moment and let our students, Maya, Bailey, Tanvi, Radhika, Kunal, Amelia, Sariu, Anushka, Lilit, Hariska, Jana, Evelyn, Rathna, and Arya tell you more about our amazing program. Maya and Bailey.
Hi, my name is Maya Lawler. You might be asking yourself what WEB is. WEB stands for Where Everyone Belongs. This ties into the logo, which is a spider web. It is like a big brother, big sister program at our school, making incoming 6th graders feel welcome.
I'm Bailey Reddington. 8th graders apply to be web leaders at the end of 7th grade so they can begin as soon as the new school year starts. This program lasts all year long and helps foster positive school culture and connectedness.
I'm Radhika Manu. Before school starts in August, web leaders meet for 2 days in the summer for training. Then they lead a 6th grade orientation a week before school starts. The whole 6th grade comes together and we do various activities.
Hi, I'm Tanvi Singh Seti. The basics of the orientation is that we'd like to emphasize our middle school's individuality with good choices and influences. Our web leaders take small groups of 6th graders that are about 12 in size to do team building exercises and take a tour of the school. This way, the 6th graders could know the area and also have friends that they can rely on the first day of school.
Hi, I'm Evelyn Ma, and some things we do during the school year. We web leaders continue our training by being in an advisory class put together, where we plan out all of our activities. Each Web Wednesday, we meet with our group of 5 to 6 6th graders and play games.
Hi, my name is Kunal. Like Evelyn said, we play team building games, we get to know them, and we help them throughout the school year.
Hi, my name is Amelia Pinto. Here at Webb, we try our best to make the incoming 6th graders feel welcome and excited to participate in school. We bring them together by encouraging them with fun games.
Hi, my name is Sari Pasmarthi, and these are just a couple of examples of how web is relevant to our students.
Hi, my name is Anushka Rajesh Kumar, and the way web impacts student learning is it promotes positive choices at school and positive school culture. It combats social isolation and it encourages school pride.
Web students make sure that 6th graders have a buddy to go to for questions as they begin middle school and start to get comfortable with it.
Hi, my name is Harsika Thantlu, and so what steps did we and the students take? Our program started here in 2017 with our first group of 8th grade web leaders. We adjusted the schedules to make sure the leaders got in the same advisory as the kids they were working with.
Hi, my name is Lilith Santurjian. We also have coordinator meetings to ensure all school resources are prepped and ready for main web events. We also take some professional development was involved. Web is a program developed by amazing folks at the Boomerang Project, who also do a similar link crew at the high school.
Hi, my name is Jana, and I'm going to talk about sustainability. What are the next steps?
Hi, my name is Ratna Dusamali, and originally we had 3 staff members trained by the Boomerang Project, then trained 1 more. Currently, we are down to 2 trained coordinators out of the original 4.
Hi, my name is Arya Sate, and to keep this program running, we need to continue funding fund training for new coordinators who can train web leaders, run orientations, and develop the program throughout the school year. This could happen on an intermittent basis, like every 3rd or 4th year.
So I would like to conclude by saying that this is our web program is to make sure that no students fall through the cracks, and that we are really truly committed to this program, and our students are really truly committed to make sure that we maintain these relationships with our students. Thank you all very much. We appreciate you.
Thank you for the presentation. Is there any questions from the board or
Mr.
comments?
President?
Yeah.
Great job. I know I've probably spoken to a couple of you when I visited, but I just want to tell you, you guys did amazing. So thank you for all the work and everything that you put in. My question is, how do you guys recruit the students to serve the incoming students? I mean, to make them part of the web crew?
So you want to talk about when do you talk to our 6th grade students, or how do you talk to them? Does anyone want to come and answer that?
So basically, what we do is at the end of every year, we go to 7th grade classes and just explain what we're gonna do. And what we did last year and how I got recruited was the web leaders played a whole bunch of games with us, and that's how I was like, ooh, this is fun, I want to do it. And basically we just go around to advisories and like classes, and we just talk to them, and we're like, this is what we do with web, and this is what you're gonna do, and like what games you'll play, and it's just really fun.
All right, awesome.
Mr. Hui?
Yeah, just a quick comment. Just want to thank you guys all for your work. I'm sure you all remember not long ago, 6th grade is a terrifying time to come into a school. I've seen firsthand what an impact web has on 6th graders and making them feel welcomed. So thanks for taking part in that. I know that it's had a big impact.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment the same thing. I was really lucky to be in web when I was in 8th grade as well, and then I had web leaders when I was in 6th grade. So yeah, I think that the impact is really big, and thank you guys so much for coming out. It's so great to see students at the meeting.
Thank you. Anybody else? You good?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I personally also enjoyed web throughout my 8th grade year, and I just wanted to ask, how often do you guys meet with your 6th graders to discuss and play activities?
So we basically meet every Wednesday, and we call them Web Wednesdays.
We have 2 different advisories that we go to, like one at the beginning of the alphabet, like the teacher's last name, and one at the end of the alphabet, and we like alternate every other week with the different groups.
Awesome. Excellent. All right.
Playoffs are coming. I just had to put that out there. Hey, a bet's a bet, dude. I ponied up.
You look really good in Dodgers.
Yep, whatever. Right. Thanks, Mr. Fall.
Thank
Appreciate
you. So much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate the presentation. All right, moving on to item B, blessings in a backpack. I believe this was coming to us at a request from a board member?
Yep.
Yes. Middle School. It's also a privilege for me tonight to introduce our leaders from Blessings in a Backpack, Janice Davis and her husband, Ricky Davis. And I had the pleasure of meeting them a few years ago and took a tour of their facility where they were housing the food that they were putting into the breakfast lunches that they were serving our students. And I have to tell you, I was so inspired by their passion and their outreach for our students. They are serving 10 schools now, over 500 students.
Got 12 now.
Oh, 12 schools now, and over 500 students. And they are relentless in their passion and service to making sure that children have meals when school is not in session. And we're very thankful for everything that you're doing for our students on the weekends. And thank you for being with us this evening and for all you've done over the years. I know you started packing lunches and breakfasts in your living room years ago when you started, but we're going to hear a little bit more of the history in a presentation. So, Ms. Cabrera, do you want to do the formal introduction?
I'm going to take an opportunity to introduce not only JD, but also Ricky, who have brought this wonderful program to our community. If you can go to the next slide for us, please. The story behind the Blessings in the Backpack started with JD Davis. She was seeking work with underprivileged children. There's a larger story to that, but that was her focus, and really just wanting to have direct impact on the population that, surrounds her and wanted to serve. Blessings in a Backpack is a national organization. It started with 2 schools in 2005, and it now serves over 90,000 students in 1,000 programs throughout the United States. And I thought that was really important to note. They're really carrying an important program here in our community. So one of those programs, of course, began in JD's living room, as was mentioned by Dr. Kaligian, with 30 bags of food for one weekend at one of our schools. So today it provides, as was mentioned, and that number is now over 500 in Folsom and Rancho. So with that, I'm going to actually have JD take it away from here. Ricky's going to start us off here. Excellent.
Hello, everybody.
You're good.
All right. All right. Well, we're glad to be here, and thank y'all for inviting us. This is where it all began. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is where it all began, with the help of our daughter, granddaughter, and neighbor. We started packing weekend food bags, but we knew we would not be able to pack more than 30 bags out of our living room. So we hit up our families and friends for the funds to get us started. The search began for a home for our food, and Unity of Sacramento answered our cries for help, and we moved our food into a large utility room on their campus. Cordova Villa was our first school, and their principal at the time, Jessica Hutchinson, opened her doors wide for us. They were our primary focus for the first full year. At this time, we packed the weekend food bags at Unity of Sacramento, and with the help of volunteers, and delivered it to Cordova Villa. As you can see, the kids would come running up and help us unload the bags. I could hear the kids in the background hollering, "It's the blessings lady, it's the blessings lady."
The year is 2022. We are, as Elena mentioned, part of a national organization, and we are in 48 states right now across our great nation. We are up to over 500 kids in our local schools, and we are still growing. We're happy to say that we've added Peter J. Shields Elementary School. That's not on our list. It was just added recently. When we have food donated from food drives that is not suitable for our weekend food bags, we donate it to Weave. So we help others than not just our students. If we get mushroom soup, cans of green peas, I can promise you our students don't want those items. Since we started in April 2014, we've provided 270 hunger-free weekends to students attending elementary schools. That breaks down to 371,000 breakfast, lunch, and dinner items and 124,000 snacks. That's predominantly in our school district.
Then came COVID. We had to stop, drop, and roll when COVID hit, and we had no way to get our weekend food bags out to your students. We tried using social media and sitting out on street corners, but we didn't pass out very much food. We were given a spot at St. Vianney's Church on Fridays from March 20th through June the 26th. We passed over 5,100 bags of food with the help of many volunteers. For us, there was an unexpected great outcome from COVID. We got to talk and interact with the families of the kids who have been receiving our food for years. Normally, they're anonymous to us, but the parents filled our hearts with appreciation. Some of these parents have never asked for help before. The pandemic helped remove the stigma around the words food locker because more people needed help than ever.
After we moved to our storage, our goal was to continue adding schools. But once soccer, baseball, every sport out there started, we lost our junior volunteers and their parents because the parents wanted to go where the kids were. It became increasingly difficult to find volunteers, so we talked to the schools and we moved packing of the food bags to each school. The bags were packed by Star Clubs, student councils, parent coordinators. One school even had their special needs class pack the weekend food bags. Kids helping kids. We wanted to add more schools but needed a larger space. Unity of Sacramento came through again, and we now rent for a very small fee. I negotiated a very small fee, a conference room that our food is very happy to occupy space in. Our schools have the option of coming to pick up food, which 4 do, and the rest of the schools receive their prepackaged via FedEx. The reason 4 schools pick up the food is because they receive more than what comes in the prepackaged.
In 2020, we had lots of donations of new toys and stuffed animals come in, but no way to disperse them. So we held our first toy and grocery drive-through event. 2021 saw our second annual toy and grocery giveaway, and we held it as a drive-through also. This year will be our 3rd annual giveaway, but we are not hosting a drive-through. This year, we would be working it more like as a toy store where the parents can come and pick out gifts for the children. To make this feat possible, we are partnering with local businesses and asking them to think of us at their holiday parties and host a food drive, a toy drive. We are already planning next year's upgrade, and it will be a great one.
And I just have to really quickly apologize to Mr. Clark. We will not need you out there directing traffic this year. You're going to have to work inside with us.
That works.
Mr. Clark was the very first friend we had at Blessings in a Backpack. In 2014, in December, we met up in a parking lot, and he gave me some toys for our kids. We've had a very special relationship ever since. Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome.
The next one. Maddie's Fridge is a beautifully written book that shows how two friends deal with childhood hunger. The book was inspired by the author's own experience when she was a child, and that experience carried over into her adulthood. I took the book and turned it into a little skit, and with the permission of the principals of Cordova Villa and Williamson, I recruited students to go classroom to classroom and perform the skit. We practiced at their lunchtime and made props to use. After they finished the skit, they would pass out a snack to each student, and we made sure it was a snack that we normally would send home on the weekends. It was a great learning experience for all. As a reward, I treated the students who performed to Taco Bell. Okay, I bribed them. Right up front, I bribed them with Taco Bell. The next one. We want to close with, we really believe in this platform, Kids Helping Kids. We use junior volunteers every opportunity we have because we believe Kids Helping Kids creates kindness. And a child practicing kindness is going to be a lot less prone to bully another child. Thank you very much for having us. And we're more than happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Do we have,
Mr. Reed, just before we close on this, there are just a couple of notes here for sustainability and having a food pantry for 6th through 12th grade students that may be reluctant to participate. So I know that JD and Ricky are looking at involving our students to learn the best way to involve them so that they can develop a shared service plan. And that's part of that Kids Helping Kids. Of course, we're excited to continue partnership with JD and Blessings and Ricky and Blessings in the Backpack, along with the city of Rancho and the community, to serve our most vulnerable population and our greatest asset, our children. And last but not least, fun fact, it costs, well, at this time, it's probably closer to $150, but still about $100 to $150 for an entire year to feed a child. And food drives really help the Blessings in a Backpack. And there's a link for ways to donate. And last but not least, through our office, we'll be donating a book of Maggie's Fridge to every one of our schools on behalf of Blessings in a Backpack.
Nice.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll go first. Sure. All right. You know I love you. And I've known JD since 2014 and just found a way to get involved with her. And this is a fun fact. And I'll go on record and say this: if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be up here. JD was actually my first campaign manager, ran my campaign, so it was a grassroots effort. But she put in the work for me, so I appreciate you. This is a great program, and I'm kind of wondering if it's possible that we can try to look for space for her, because Unity is out there. I mean, it's going towards Sacramento, right outside of Rancho Cordova. And I'm not sure if we have the space to house them for food. I think it would be very accessible for them to come in and pack. You guys are still packing there, right?
We are out of there. And also, it would also allow us to feed 10 more kids a month with the $150 we would not be paying towards rent.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, so hopefully we can try to look for some space for them to utilize. It's, like I said, it's a great program. They've even come to my company and donated before for our Black Child Legacy campaign, so I appreciate you for that. And yeah, I'm kind of sad that I won't be out in the freezing cold directing traffic, but I look forward to being inside and having some fun. So I look forward to Christmas time. And then again, you know, donations are essential. And I will tell you that you'll be getting a donation from me. I'll get that
Thank
to
you. And can I add also, if you go to the link that's in the slides, that's going to go to our national. So please indicate Rancho Cordova, and it will definitely get to our program. Or you can go to bibsac.org. I have our own website up, and there's a donate page that goes directly into our pot.
All right, awesome. So again, thank you so much. And Ricky, I got to get you out on the golf course, brother. And then barbecue. I haven't forgot about that. Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you so much, you guys. Appreciate you.
Any other? Yep.
Yeah, just thank you, JD, for being here. Thank you both for being here. I did want to just ask for the record how things are going at Theodore Judah and just check in and make sure we're rolling over there at Theodore Judah. So
We are back at Theodore Judah.
awesome.
We're in every single elementary school that needs us in the Folsom Cordova
Amazing.
Unified School District.
Amazing. Thank you so much. So I'm super glad to hear that. So thanks, JD. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Board Member Short?
Yeah, JD, I just want to thank you for all the hard work you've done for our families and our kids and our communities, because giving and being kind is so rare nowadays, and that's what we need today after all the things that we've gone through with COVID and the hardships that people go through. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart what you guys do. It's amazing, so thank you.
Board Member Shrivastava?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you so much for all the important work you're doing. I just had one question. How do we decide which schools in the Folsom Cordova community are eligible to participate in the program?
Blessings in a Backpack, my national, has a website that we use, and it's public information. You can go right in and see which school in which district, at what percentage are they receiving the free and reduced lunch, and that's where we drive our numbers from.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And I also wanted to add that I'm sure Student Advisory Board would love to partner, because I know that there was something in the presentation about needing more student input on a 6 through 12 pantry. So Student Advisory Board would love to help out with that, and hopefully we can get the program expanded a little bit more. And I would love to volunteer in the Christmas event as well. So I hope to see you then.
You know, it's really hard because our fifth graders go into sixth grade. They've been getting our food for maybe 3, 4, 5 years. They go into sixth grade and all of a sudden there's no more weekend food. So we're trying to close that gap. And I think what we're going to do is talk with middle school and see what we can do about opening a pantry inside the school where the kids can go judgment-free and say, yeah, I want to take that, I want to take that. Maybe even have school money that they use to buy it with. So there's that. Thank you.
Board Member Perez?
Yeah, so Rhea just kind of said everything that I wanted to say, but I was just also hoping that the high school students could also collaborate with Blessings in a Backpack throughout this entire year.
Definitely.
Okay, Board Member Hui?
Yeah, I just want to say I so appreciate the work you're doing as well as your creativity. I mean, getting through these last few years, it sounds like you've done so much work to start the whole program over again at times through COVID. So thanks for the commitment, for the creativity, and for taking care of our families. Just the one question I had was, you're serving 500 students right now. I imagine it's also kind of just the tip of the iceberg. What type of need do you see in terms of numbers if you could serve as many students as needed it?
Well, we learned a valuable lesson our second year when we went out and sent a opt-in form to every single parent at Cordova Villa. We learned there are kids that want the food and kids that need the food. So our demographics are those kids that need the food. Honestly, I'm looking at growing up to 750 this year. And then for the 23-24 school year, our goal is to hit, maybe 1,000. Yeah, we just received, we've been receiving grants from the city of Rancho Cordova's Community Enhancement Fund, and we were just granted for the next 2 years. So that leaves us a little bit of wiggle room there.
I did want to add that JD works very closely not only with our schools, but our homeless department as well, so that prioritization for what she just mentioned, wanting versus needing. I mean, there's a lot of compassion that goes into anybody who asks for food, so wanting's important, but needing is where their priority is, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, quite a wonderful program that you are operating here in our district, and you must be probably a 501c3, yeah, nonprofit. So the resources you get are obviously through grants and donations, both individuals as corporations as well. Okay, is there a certain time of year that your supplies run shorter than other parts of the year?
Not anymore. I've pretty much got that balanced out. October is a very giving month.
Okay.
So I try to take October and kind of spread it out into the January, February, and Marches. If there was a slower period, it would probably be right after the holidays.
Okay. So if there was one thing that you would love to get from the district that maybe you're not getting right now, what would that be?
A new home for our food. Yeah, that's $1,500. Well, it's closer to $2,000 a month, a year that we would be able to put right back into the program. Every penny we raise goes into food. Anything we need, if we need shelves for our space, if we need signs to go out in our shirts, we buy all of that. So every penny that's donated goes right into the Blessings Fund, and the only thing we're allowed to use that for is food.
What, ideally, what type of square footage are you looking for?
We're in a large conference room now, I guess would be the best way to describe it. I'd say,
It's hard to.
I'm not good at, I have terrible depth perception.
I would say a small classroom.
Small classroom, okay.
About what we have. Chris, you've seen it. You
Yes.
call it a small classroom?
I would call it a small classroom.
Yeah.
So ideally, you would like a large classroom.
I would like a free classroom.
Okay, all right.
I can make small work. I can double up, and get more shelves, but I can't make the money.
We just keep growing and we're just actually outgrowing our space. I mean, and we're not complaining because Unity has been great. And we've done great for them, they've done great for us. So it's a good partnership, but we're gonna end up outgrowing just like we did when we had our small closet that we were in.
I would call that a welcome problem that you're growing, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, well, anyway,
It's a sad welcome problem,
Right,
right?
yeah. Well, congratulations, though, on everything that you're doing for our community. It's people like you that really makes the word community. So, yeah, we could do that. Yeah. Board Member Clark was wondering if you would be open to having a picture with the board.
You betcha.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Wait, would the board be willing to have a picture with us?
Come meet you down there.
Oh, my shorts are.
Judy, just come this way, right to the middle, not very far. It's Ricky.
I'll leave this here for a minute.
Perfect. Careful. Excellent.
All right. Next on the agenda is agenda item 8, public comment. Do we have any? I don't see any cards. No? Anybody online?
No, Mr. Reed.
Wow, okay.
Oh, wait, one hand just went up.
All right. Spoke too quickly. Yeah, go ahead.
Timer? You got the timer?
Yes, I got the timer.
Sarah?
Welcome, Sarah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. So good evening, board and Dr. Kligian. Sorry for the screaming. I'm about to walk into a volleyball game where I coach, but my name's Harry David, and I am a second grade teacher at Cordova Villa. I first want to thank Chris Clark, Ed Short, and Josh Hoover for visiting Cordova Villa and spending time reading a book to my class. We look forward to planning a day when Mr. Hooley and Mr. Reed can come visit us. Now, I would like to talk again about elementary music. My students are loving the music videos, which were made last year. I heard there may be some good news, and then it dwindled away about bringing the program back. Let me share some facts with you about the music. Why music? Well, music is math, music is rhythm, based on the division of time into fractions. Music is PE, which requires coordination of fingers, the lips, the control of your back and your stomach. Music is language. Music is universal. It is present in all history. Music is art. Music is life. Music is science, acoustics and frequencies produced by voices and instruments. And music is reading. It requires a subset of skills, the same skills that help maintain literacy. So thank you to our amazing Villa music team, Stephanie, Brenda, and Nicole, and their fearless leader, Mindy. I hope to see this program and our elementary music program soar and thrive. Thank you again, Sarah.
Thank you very much. Is that it?
Yes.
All right. Moving on to agenda item 9, reports of district organizations. And the first is, let's see, not on my sheet.
District organizations.
All right, the first is the Student Advisory Board.
So we held our second Student Advisory Board meeting yesterday at Cordova Lane Center. We were excited to have many new reps from Kinney High School. We also had a special guest speaker, Brandon Louie, who is a community engagement coordinator and a staff member at UC Davis. He led us in a portion of the Youth Participatory Action Research Training, which is a youth framework that we will be using for our advocacy this year throughout SAB.
And we also presented our SAB work plan, which utilizes the information that we gathered from last year's survey and equity forum. And we've developed some solutions based off of that we'll be working on this year. And we split into 3 subcommittees, which are dress code, mental health, and school culture and climate. Those subcommittees will meet outside of our SAB meetings to allow our representatives some more time to work on their projects. And we are also excited to announce that our annual project of the year will be a cultural celebration, which is similar to International Night.
When will that be?
We don't have a date yet. We're thinking the end of the year, so April, May.
Okay, great. All right, next we have the California School Employees Association. Online? No? Okay. All right, we'll jump ahead to the Folsom Cordova Education Association. Welcome, Angelica.
Thank you. Good evening, board members and Dr. Koligian. FCEA has been part of 2 meetings recently on community schools, and we are so pleased to be invited into that process. We're quite excited about it. The endeavor is so beneficial to our Rancho Cordova students and families, and we look forward to continuing to partner with the district on this. This weekend, CTA is having their Region 2 conference, and there is a special session on community schools geared towards those of us that are already starting to implement or are planning to apply for the planning grants. So I'm really excited about my leadership team and myself attending that, getting more information, and then bringing it back to share as well. And I know we don't have someone from CSEA tonight, so I'm stealing their thunder a bit, but we were very pleased that CSEA has also chosen to endorse Mr. Short and Kara Lofthouse for school board. So we're going to be partnering with them in the next couple of weeks to do some campaigning and work on the election. Statewide, we're seeing many educators running for their local school boards. It's been a huge trend this year. They really want to bring their expert voice to the table and advocate for their students and communities. Electing education champions is the fitting caption that CTA has used in their information pieces on social media. Rep Council had a discussion about this trend at our last board meeting and about the PAC and our endorsements as well. And that led to them asking me if I could share some feelings that came up. And I have to say candidly, it was disappointment and dissatisfaction with decisions that the board has made through the years, most recently the COVID policies and then the charter school issue. And that was a really hard one. We had community members that spoke very passionately and they voiced very clear feelings, yet the board ignored the voice of the communities that they serve. Actions like that can polarize our district, and we don't want to see that happen. We want to see it united. The board is for both Folsom and Rancho Cordova equally. The governance handbook states the role of the trustees who sit on locally elected school boards is to ensure school districts are responsive to the values, beliefs, and priorities of their communities. It's our sincere hope that going forward, and especially with any potential changes with the election, that the board's trustees will be unified in working to achieve that goal. That is what education champions do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Folsom Cordova Leadership Association.
Tonight, we had the student presentation from Sutter.
Okay. And then the District English Learner Advisory Committee.
A simple reminder that we have the Parent Summit on October 29th. Looking forward to seeing everyone there. Be looking for our flyer where there will be a QR for registration. And that's our report. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that moves us to agenda item 10, agenda consent. Do I have a motion?
Move it.
Second.
All right, motion by Mr. Short, second by Mr. Hoover. Superintendent, will you call the roll?
Yes, Ms. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Rostov?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no introductions tonight, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, moving on to agenda item 11, a public hearing. So let me gavel in. This is a public hearing regarding the proposed name for a second elementary school in the Folsom planning area. Superintendent.
Yes, introducing this item, we're very excited to be bringing forward the process by which we are going to be naming our second elementary school south of 50 in the Folsom Ranch area. Our committee, which was made up of a Citizens Advisory Committee representing several different groups of employees, staff members, parents, students, and community members, and representation from our local historical society, came together on August 31st. And they also came together to look at the names in the name bank and other names from the California Hall of Fame to develop a community survey. It was that survey that went out to our community to look at potential names. From that survey, the top 4 names were selected to come forward to the board, which is what you have before you this evening. But before we look at that under our discussion action item, our board policy 7310 requires that we hold a public hearing for members of the public to be given an opportunity to provide input.
All right, is there any members of the public that would like to provide input? Any online?
No, Mr. Reed.
All right. The board can discuss it under the next agenda item, which is a discussion action. So hearing no public comment, we will gavel out of the public hearing. All right, moving on to agenda item 12, discussion action. The first one is approve proposed name for second elementary school in the Folsom planning area. Superintendent.
Yes, so it was an exciting process because we had some phenomenal names that went out on the community survey, but we were looking at the top 4 to bring back to the board for discussion and deliberation. So those 4 names, if we scroll down on that agenda item, you can see the results of the community survey was Alder Creek Elementary with 1,107 votes, Prairie City Elementary with 692 votes, William Liedesdorf Elementary, 646 votes, and Granite Elementary, 609 votes. So that's the tally from the community survey, and we'll turn it over to the board for deliberation and discussion.
Well, actually, I know there's a little bit of a history, at least behind actually all 4 of the names. Maybe it would be helpful if we just hear a brief breakdown of the history of each of the names.
Yes, Mr. Washburn will share some of that history with us.
Good evening. I'd be glad to share that with you. So the Alder Creek Elementary, that name actually comes from, there was an Alder Creek that's in that area. There was actually an Alder Creek City, which was a mining town, and there was an Alder Creek School that was there at one time as well. The school was established in 1879. It was located in the Granite Township, about 8 miles south of Folsom, and it was mined extensively along with Granite City and Prairie City. The school continued for many years, and from 1879 to 1927 was suspended for a couple of years, and it was added to the Granite District, which became the Folsom District, and it remained small for many years. In 1890, it had to report to have 9 students. And the school existed for about 52 years before it was shut down. So that's the history of Alder Creek. Prairie City, similar, is a mining city down in south of Folsom. It was actually larger than some of the other towns in the area. It was a large mining area. It was also it was bigger than Granite City, which became Folsom at one time. It began to die out in about 1860 when the gold rush started ending, then those gold towns started dying out. By 1875, the only school building in the ruins were the livery stable and the old cabin, which were left of Prairie City. And you can see by Prairie City Stadium, there is a marker about Prairie City. The Williams Liedesdorf. Williams Liedesdorf was a Mexican immigrant. He became naturalized Mexican citizen, received a land grant of 8 Spanish leagues of more than 35,000 acres. And the grant was called the Rancho Rio de los Americanos. It began about the point where Bradshaw Road was, and a sign was posted there. One side faced west, and it was lettered Sutter, while one faced east, and it said Liedesdorf. And it extended all the way up to where Folsom Prison is today. And so that Liedesdorf grant is now where the town of, or the city of Folsom resides. So previously it was Liedesdorf. And then Granite Elementary Granite City was a former mining town south of Folsom as well. And that, as you recall, is the original Granite School, which was in Folsom that has since closed. There was longstanding Granite School. So it was also named after the mining town as well. So that's kind of a summary of the names.
All right. Well,
I'm sorry, I want to add Alder Creek also runs in that area. There's also an Alder Creek Parkway in that area as well.
Actually, I think the site is even on Alder Creek Parkway, isn't
It's close. It's
Close,
about
okay.
another block over. It's between Old Ranch and Savannah.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, board member comments. Why don't we just go down the line? Board member Hui?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the history there, and I love all these names, and even the ones beyond these that aren't showing up on here. I thought it was a really thoughtful process. So, I mean, I'm happy with Alder Creek. It looks like that kind of overwhelmingly had the votes. Like I said, I'd be happy with certainly any of these 4 that are on here, but I'm happy to move forward with Alder Creek.
All right, board member Clark?
Yeah, just kind of curious. Let me turn this on here. Just kind of curious. Did the public know about the history of all these before they voted on it? Did they have a chance to read up on it?
The survey went out. There was a description and a history about all of the ones that were out there, and they talked about each one. Yeah.
And you said there were 7 to begin with.
There were
so
7.
we
Yes.
skimmed them. Yeah, I'm good with Alder Creek as well. Since it runs along that parkway or a block away from it, I'm good with it.
Okay. Board member Hoover?
All right. Yeah, I think this was a good process. I appreciate all the work that was put in with the naming committee. And also, I know we're going to try to continue to update our name book for the future, for future schools, which is really exciting. So thanks for everyone that participated in the process, for all the folks that voted. Personally, I'm pretty partial to William Leadsdorf Elementary. I think that would be my vote. Especially as someone who contributed so substantially to basically the founding of Folsom, but also I don't think it was mentioned, but at one time I believe he was also on a school board, one of the early school boards in.
He was actually the founding member of the San Francisco School Board.
Yes, yeah.
And it wasn't also mentioned, he was also black.
Yes, so I am very partial to Williams Leadsdorf, but that would be my vote, but I will defer to my colleagues. So.
Mr. Short.
You know, I've gone through several of them. They're all good. I mean, the votes are there. I know we haven't followed all the popular votes before, like Vista de Lago or Lago de Vista. But I thought it was kind of interesting. I was looking at William Leadsdorf, and he has a very interesting history. He was one of the first earliest biracial black U.S. citizen, and then went to a Mexican consulate, and very impressive background. And so if you're going to name a school, something like, with history like that of a person is very interesting to me. The other ones are more geographical, which we do geographical, which is fine, but I just thought William had a very interesting background. I thought that would be kind of where I would vote. I know the popular vote also, I'll be fine with Elder Creek. I'll just go wherever the consensus is, but I thought William was an interesting person.
Board Member Shrivastava?
Yeah, I wanted to say that I think I'm also partial to William Leadsdorf Elementary. I think that, it would be a good teaching moment for our elementary students to, talk about the name of their school and what the history behind it is, and who that figure was, and, what his impact was to their community. So, but again, I would be in support of any of the names, and I think Alder Creek is a great name as well.
Okay, Board Member Perez.
Yeah, I really like the Alder Creek Elementary name. I think having it in general named as ACE, I think that would be super cool, and also just make it known that that's the elementary school.
Oh, that's good.
ACE, well,
when do we pick the mascot?
Actually, that might be the mascot name. ACE. It spells ACE, Alder Creek Elementary. As for me, I have been a strong advocate of finding a name for, or a location, a school for William Leadsdorf as well. Fascinating history, fascinating historical individual who's well worthy of having a school facility named in this area. However, and I really kind of envision that name being used for our new middle school or our new high school. Rather than using it on an elementary school, where it would have more of a resonate more within the community because it's a regional middle school or a regional high school versus just a neighborhood elementary. But that being said, if a majority of the folks were interested in William Leadsdorf, I would definitely, for the elementary school, I would definitely be supportive of that. Although right now my inclination is Alder Creek Elementary. So I don't know what that leaves us. We have.
I think you're the deciding vote, David.
Could I add one comment to that, President Reed?
President.
Yes.
I kind of agree with Board Member Shrivastava on darn it, the the Leadsdorf Elementary, and I'm willing to go that way and go with her and Mr. Hoover recommendation for that. That's why I was just wondering if they had the history of all of them and a brief description. So I would be good with William Leadsdorf Elementary.
All right, well, let's take this out to the public as well. Mr. Washburn.
I just have one comment. And I'm not trying to sway. I think they're all great names. Alder Creek is very geographically specific to an area. So when you go outside of that, Alder Creek becomes less prevalent. Whereas other names that are names like that, they could be like you said, middle school, high school. There's going to be many other schools built as well. So you have opportunity in the future, not to sway that, but Alder Creek would be less prevalent in an area where it's not where Alder Creek is. So I just wanted to point that out.
Right, and we do have additional elementary schools coming online, including one right up the hill in Russell Ranch, which we can't name Russell Ranch because we've named the elementary school Russell Ranch on the other side of 50, so.
Which is also Russell Ranch.
Which is also Russell Ranch, so that's not gonna be confusing.
Yeah.
Let's name it Empire Ranch.
So there are, if we don't go with William Leadersdorf, there is other opportunities to go with that as well.
Well, that won't be for some time. If you're looking at building a middle school, what? Probably
Yeah, high school, middle school, you're looking at, yes,
The third
several years out. But the third elementary school will be before the high school and middle school.
Yeah.
That'll be another couple of years out.
All right, let's see.
I believe those are for discussion.
Yeah, that's for discussion.
Oh, discussion, okay. All right, is there any members of the public who'd like to weigh in on this? None in person, any online? All right, back to the board.
That didn't take very long. We were all going to think about it for a little while.
Well, do we want to, let's poll the board before we entertain a motion. So right now, it sounds like the two top candidates is either William Leadersdorf Elementary or Alder Creek Elementary. And just a quick poll, let's see at least what one's favorite would position right now. So I'm gonna start with Mr. Huey.
Yeah, Board President, I think I'm partial to your argument. I do love the name Leadersdorf, and I would love to find a place for it in our schools. I do like the idea of having it saved for a middle school or high school, but I'm happy to vote for that tonight if that's where the rest of the board wants to go. Otherwise, I'll stick with Alder Creek.
Okay, Mr. Clark.
I'm just worried about the time on this thing and when this middle school will be built. But I mean, yeah, I agree with Mr. Huey. Maybe we hold off on Leadersdorf and name it after a middle school. So sorry for the indecisiveness, but yeah, darn it. Alder Creek is fine. Yeah, I mean, either one is fine, but if you're holding me to it, Alder Creek. Alder Creek.
Alder Creek, okay.
I don't ask me again.
Mr. Hoover.
I mean, again, I'd probably go William Leadersdorf. I do understand the argument. I think we could always do it later, but I think, it's the most meaningful probably on this list other than the geographical options. And, I think this is something that this board in particular finds important. I don't know if this board will be naming any future schools. Well, if it's like 10 years out or something. So
not under the current copy.
So I would hate to have that name lost to history, so to speak. But yeah, that would be my vote. So
all right, Mr. Short.
As I mentioned before, Mr. Leonard is very impressive, and it would be an opportunity to speak about the history for our kids. If you read everything about this person, it's amazing. He was the founder of the naming of San Francisco, and he was he's also West Indian, African Cuban. He went off to become a Mexican citizen, and also the Rancho de los Americanos is the gold part, and he also was a school board member, and also was a city treasurer, and it just goes on and on and on. It's just amazing, and this is an opportunity for our kids to learn about history of how it influences there, other than just geographical naming. It just seems more exciting to have a person.
Board Member Srivastava.
Yeah, I think I'm going to stick with my earlier comment. I can guarantee that I won't be involved in any more naming processes. Selfishly, I think I'd like to be in part of the decision to name a school site after such an important historical figure. So with that, I think I'm going to stick to Leadersdorf.
Okay, Board Member Perez.
Yeah, so I also just want to agree with Mr. Huey on the decision. While I like Alder Creek because of his geographical background, I also like Leadersdorf because of the historical background. So either one.
And I also am preferential to Alder Creek for the elementary, but I do have a question for Mr. Washburn. have, we have, what, 6 schools, I think, that are scheduled to be built south of 50, and they're given them like amorphous names, like Folsom Ranch number 1, Folsom Ranch number 2, until we name those schools, correct?
We could actually name them sooner. I mean, we have 2 schools named in Rancho Cordova, high school and middle school, that were named 15 years ago.
All right,
So we could name a school at any time. Yeah, we're not tied to time frame. Actually, it's better because then the plans are developed and we start calling it that way from the beginning. So it's actually much easier.
So I'd like to maybe prove my colleague, board member Shrivastava, wrong, where she might be able to vote on a second school. So hypothetically, if we feel that we really would like to use the name William Leadersdorf for a future school, this board could put forth a motion at a future board meeting naming the future middle school or the future high school William Leadersdorf.
Absolutely.
Then that would be my preference, because I like the educational learning opportunity, and I think if we could give that learning opportunity to a greater number of students than a 600 elementary school, we could have that naming opportunity or that learning opportunity for a middle school of 1,500 and a high school of 2,000?
Yeah, middle school of 900 and a high school of 1,800 to 1,900, yeah. I mean, we could look at naming several schools if that's the board's pleasure.
Okay. So that's my preference right now is Alder Creek, and then give direction to the superintendent and her staff to, and I guess the naming committee, to send it back to the naming committee for the middle school and high school to see if they would be willing to be supportive of Williams Leadersdorf for the middle or the high school, and then to report back pursuant to board policy.
Yeah, but how soon would that?
Yeah, next agenda?
That's what I'm asking.
Well, how quick could that be done? I mean, this was pretty quick that we did with the elementary school.
Could I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
If we direct the naming committee to discuss that this is the name and which is their preference, middle or high school, maybe.
I'd be fine with that.
That would be good.
I think that would give it a little more clarity so that we're not going through the entire polling process again. Because I think that's what takes the time.
Yeah, I'd be good with that.
Okay.
And I would think that could happen a little quicker if we make
Okay.
it more definitive like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
We could.
All right. So with that being said, is there a motion?
I'll motion that we move forward with Alder Creek Elementary.
All right. Is there a second?
I guess, sure, second. I'm just kidding. I'll second.
All right. Motion by Mr. Huey, seconded by Mr. Hoover. Superintendent, take the roll.
Yes, Ms. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Shrivastava?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Huey?
Aye.
Motion carries. Our new elementary is going to be named Alder Creek Elementary, and we'll come back to you with William Leadersdorf for either the new middle school or high school. And we'll do that. I can't promise it for the next meeting, but before we adjourn this, our current board seating, we'll make sure it's done.
Thank you.
All right.
For December.
All right.
Excellent. Well, that was exciting. All right. Next one is approve operational memorandum of understanding between Folsom Cordova Unified School District and Pacific Charter Institute New Pacific School, Rancho Cordova. Superintendent.
So this is the next step in the process after the board approved, conditionally approved the charter petition for New Pacific School on September 8th. We've been negotiating the operational MOU, which is the next step in that process, with our executive director from the charter school, Dr. Kiefer, who's here this evening. And we shared that draft with the board last meeting, made a few changes since then that are agreeable to both sides. So what you have before you this evening is the result of our negotiation and finishing this process so we move forward to the next step.
Okay. Any questions from the board? All right. And hearing none, any questions from the audience or comments? Nope. Any comments online? No, Mr. Reed. None online. All right. Back to the board. I guess, do we have a motion?
I'll move to approve the MOU.
All right, motion by Mr. Hoover. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Huey. Superintendent, call the roll.
Ms. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Shrivastava?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Mr. Short.
No.
Mr. Hui.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. Thank you.
All right. Moving on to agenda item 13, discussion. First one up is an update on Measure N and P and other Rancho Cordova projects. Superintendent.
Yes, this is coming back to the board this evening, this topic, to look at the projects that we've completed in Rancho Cordova under Measure N, Measure P, and also previous bond measures and other funding streams to support our schools and facilities in Rancho Cordova. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Washburn.
Thank you. Good evening again. So it's a pleasure to be providing this update for you. Before I get into the Measure N and P and other projects in Rancho Cordova, I kind of want to do a little bit of a summary and a history of bond measures in Rancho Cordova. Back in 1997, there was a law that allowed school facility improvement districts to be provided, which was a great way to provide specific geographic or community areas to pass bonds. And it really provided specific. Some areas had new schools, some areas had modernization needs. So communities were able to decide to pass bonds based on those specific needs within that community. So in 1997, Measure V was passed in Rancho Cordova, $10.4 million. And it was primarily a bond measure to provide HVAC because there was a need for HVAC and improvements in the schools because the schools were aging. You know, they were all built in the 50s and 60s. So $10.4 million, and staff pursued state funding eligibility in the program because of when schools are 25 or 30 years old, they were eligible for state funding. $10.4 million turned in over $30 million worth of work. So instead of doing just HVAC, which was HVAC work and other work, the bond ended up providing other low voltage upgrades like clock, bell, aging fire alarm systems, stuff that we really needed to infrastructure improvements to really get the school up to the 21st century and operation needs. There was asbestos abatement, there was some ADA work, I bought furniture and equipment, things like that, basic necessities. The community and everybody was thrilled by the improvements, and they wanted to continue that momentum. So the community moved forward of passing Measure B in 2002 for $49 million. And that continued additional improvements. We did library upgrades. We did more HVAC. We did, drinking fountains, painting, dry rot repairs, more low voltage repairs, things like that. Moving on the momentum of that, and
quick question: is the slides supposed to be moving along?
I'm doing a history here.
Oh, okay.
So, here, there we go. I kind of wanted, because as prepared this presentation, I kind of think, there's so much more. This is a snippet of what was done over the last 20 years. And it was specifically asked to do Measures N and P, but I wanted to give a history of led up to that. So that's kind of why I did that. And so I'm kind of leading into it.
Okay.
So just bear with me.
I like history.
You like history.
I love
so
history
right
lessons.
Up your alley. Yeah. So I'm trying to provide a history because there's not too many of us who've been around from the beginning of V all the way through. So then Measure N or B was passed. And then on the heels of that, the community wanted to do more. They said, okay, we're seeing a lot of improvements within the schools, but a lot of it's not visible. You do infrastructure, you do some roofing, you do things inside, well, you don't see it. So from there, Measure N was passed. And Measure N, at that point, was a $125 million bond approved in 2006. A Measure N master plan was prepared. We got solicitation from the community and site staff, improvement recommendations. It was refined by the committee discussions. We had community forums, city council presentations. We had an independent inspector do a site assessment and building assessment to determine all of the improvements that would be needed and make sure that it was consistent with all the schools within Rancho Cordova, so we had similar improvements. So from that, I'm going to lead into the presentation. So here you go. So from there, we did more safety and security and classroom. We built new buildings. We increased, the building and learning system environment, educational improvements and landscape improvements, playgrounds, PE, more furniture equipment, a lot of technology, data upgrades. So about halfway through Measure N is when the recession hit. We need to do more improvements, but we couldn't sell bonds because our assessed valuations were so low. That's where we move over to Measure P, as you can see on the other side of the screen. So we were very creative in working with the community. We had discussions with bond oversight committees. Okay, we can't access the money, but we have authorization. So what we essentially did is we issued a new bond, even though we had 60 million authorization from N, which re-benched our assessed valuation calculation, and we started over. So we're able then to use the assessed valuation, $60 per 100,000 of assessed valuation, and it was basically re-benched. We were able to go out, do a $68 million bond, and continue the program. That also provided more bang for our buck because we didn't wait until cost escalation reached to a point where it eroded the value of our Measure N bond. So that was something that was decided and the community supported. The community's also been very supportive of the bonds in Rancho Cordova and the improvements moving forward. So I just kind of want to go through these, school by school. There is so much more. This is, just a small portion of the bonds or the improvements that were done. Cordova Guards, you see, we've done a lot of landscape work. We've done the improvements to the ball fields. We have security fencing there. We've taken expanded library and computer labs. We put them adjacent to each other, so we had created like a media center. A lot of network upgrades. Every school in Rancho Cordova has new Prometheans, interactive Promethean boards. It's only in Rancho Cordova. We haven't even got to Folsom and done that yet. It's only been in Rancho Cordova. So the technology improvements have been incredible. We've provided new computers. Cordova Lane Center, as you know, used to be Cordova Lane. We did some improvements before the school was closed, but we built a new professional development building, as you recall there. It's a brand new building that was built there. We have playground apparatus, as you can see in this picture, that's done for the special ed program there. Video surveillance, we'll be talking about that. If anybody was at the safety committee meeting last night, we have video surveillance. By the end of the year, we'll have video cameras at every single school in the district by the end of the year. Upgrade a lot of landscaping and security. Moving over to Cordova Meadows, playgrounds was a big part of it. We added new buildings here. We replaced old portables with new buildings, new upgraded library, network upgrades, furniture and equipment. Every single school got new furniture and equipment. Student desk, teacher desk, student chairs, any other equipment, PE equipment even. Marquees were provided at every school site. We put fencing around and secured the kindergarten playground area. Fencing back in the day was more directional as far as guiding parents to the front entrance, or if there was a kindergarten area that hadn't have high enough fence, we secured that. Schools that had a particular lot of vandalism, we secured those sites. White Rock, Cordova Villa, we did a lot of work on fencing to secure those sites. A lot of landscape, irrigation, things like that. Cordova Villa, we did a huge project there. We had an old portable that was used for we built a brand new state-of-the-art multi-purpose building with stage, kitchen. It's we have new kindergarten and playground area there with a student care facility as well, security fencing all around the campus. In addition, we also built a community basketball court. There's a community basketball court on the corner there. It was built just specifically with the community in conjunction with Measure B. That was something, the city, we talked about in that area, needing something, park facility. So that was built there as well. Mather Heights, as you recall, during this whole period, we opened Mather Heights. It used to be closed during the military base, and it was used as an alternative school. We used multiple funding sources, and we went in and we did a lot of modernization, a couple of different modernization programs on that. During this bond program, we did upgrades to classrooms. We got rid of old buildings. We did compliance issues, did dry rot repairs, low voltage repairs. Navigator Elementary, part of it was funded out of Measure N and B. It was a new school, was built under B, I should say. So there wasn't a lot of improvements needed under N and P because it was built under B, developer fees and state funding. But we still went in and we put in video surveillance, shade structures, and network upgrades. Peter J. Shields, a lot of landscape, security, fencing. Some was put in around certain areas, needs a lot more. Playground equipment. A lot of repairs to fields. This bond provided a lot of visual aspects, so schools and everything, they can see the improvements. Rancho Cordova Elementary, you can see the fencing that was put there to direct traffic to the front office, so people would not go straight to classrooms. That was a key component. It was a big priority from the school sites. A lot of ball field repair. We created a whole new bus loading and drop-off area. There wasn't enough parking there. Back in the day, these were all small neighborhood schools. Everybody walked to school. People didn't drive like they do now. So we had to look at how we'd be creative with drop-off areas and how we'd be creative for additional parking, bus and drop-off area. All the schools got, new marquees, new playground equipment, new furniture cribbing. You can see the nice landscaping there. White Rock Elementary is one of the schools. We created larger libraries. Lighting is the one thing we did, a lot of exterior and interior lighting. We fenced in this campus, put in all new fields. We created a kind of a central area walking to the front office, so you have more direction where the front office was, because it was kind of center of the campus. Williamson, we remodeled the multipurpose, the admin building, the library, added a computer lab, restrooms. The restroom remodels, a lot of these schools got restroom remodels, ADA upgrades, a lot of landscaping, and like I said, more video surveillance, low voltage upgrades. Mills Middle School, the whole gymnasium, locker room upgrades, painted the campus, a lot of remodels to a lot of different areas, spent a lot of work on the library, landscape and irrigation. We built a new park course for the community around the track area. The biggest accomplishment you can probably see is the softball complex. Huge community and working with the city together on that project. You can see it's a beautiful project. It's also, partly Cordova High as well. It's a great asset for the community. Cordova Girls Softball working close together. Mitchell Middle School, we did a lot of room upgrades, classroom upgrades, landscape and irrigation we did there. We did a lot of concrete work. We had video surveillance. We did the entire gymnasium got renovated, bleachers, flooring, locker rooms. We did a kitchen renovation, parking lot renovations. A lot of work was done at that campus as well. Cordova High School was the biggest of all. Between these bond measures, we spent over $60 million on Cordova High School, building many new facilities. As you know, we have a new state-of-the-art performing arts and music building. We built a new auxiliary gym and team room with direct access into the stadium that was purposeful, met by the committee. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to enter through a tunnel from the locker room into the stadium? We moved all old buildings and put in a new state-of-the-art 2-story science building. You can see there that it has a science workroom and science classrooms, computer labs, chemistry labs. The cafeteria was completely remodernized, add additional seating, and we provided a direct access to the amphitheater right next to it. The old theater music building was completely revamped and modernized to create conference room staff, recording rooms. The culinary space was completely redone from studs. We actually got a grant from that. We applied for and received a grant of $600,000. State-of-the-art culinarium, as you can see at the bottom there. It's a great CTE program. We also, stadium improvements, complete new synthetic turf. We expanded the seating onto the visitor side. We relocated the track, field events, long triple jump, shot put. Shot put was, as you'll see later, that was part of the improvements done in conjunction with Measure H. And we did a ton of landscape irrigation, ADA upgrades, replaced old furniture. So I could go on forever about all the improvements that were done in there. I'm just kind of giving you a summary. Also, our turnover bed sites. Kenny High School got a lot of repairs. We redid the administration and classroom space. The student activity center was converted to administration space. We added buildings. We added science classrooms. We did a lot of landscape irrigation, voltage repairs, low voltage repairs. Community Education Center, we basically redid that whole campus, made it more friendly and inviting, created a quad area, relocated old buildings and upgraded them. We put in a new restroom facility and provided our ACT program is over there now. We've created a space for that. So it's creating a nice campus environment. We updated the parking lot as well. Kitty Hawk's site, which is home of our charter school, a lot of work was done out there previously as well. Upgrades to the facilities, typical modernization, flooring, furniture and equipment, intrusion alarm system, things like that. So those are primarily Measure N and P funded. And I kind of want to go into other projects because we combine funds and we try to get the most bang for our buck. We use cell tower funds, we use CTE funds, student care funds, developer fees, Measure H funds, COVID funds, grant funds, deferred maintenance funds. All these funds are used to do these projects. And maintenance department, we work closely with maintenance. We are actually using maintenance to do a lot of these projects where we couldn't have done half these projects if we had to contract them out. So we act as general contractors. I have my project managers, they'll go out and they'll manage projects and they'll subcontract out, buy materials, and we're very creative in how we can stretch our money. The business and technology program is Ryan Scott's room. If you haven't had a chance to do that, maintenance did all that work in that. That is the finest classroom you'll see. It's a brand new classroom as if you'd see it from a brand new school. Completely redone, all new HVAC, all new finishes. Great business technology academy. Work closely with the teachers on that. The bottom is the Health Science and Medical Technology Academy. That is a phenomenal program. This is even before all the equipment and everything has gone into it. It's a remarkable space, and it's going to provide great programs for the students there, and the teacher just loves it. We have a teacher workroom up there that we also built that's going to help expand the capacity of the school. Teachers have a place to go if they have hopscotch or if they're doing hot seating. There you go. Thank you.
Hopscotch.
Hopscotch. That's something else. But anyway, it's a great place because teachers can use that even if they're not hot seating, because there's another place in the campus where they're going to have copy machines and other printers. The student union building we put that in new, and maintenance went in and put in new offices and created more capacity for small learning areas and for mental health capacities for mental health technicians to come in there and have private offices to work with students. The locker rooms, you can see, that was a collaboration with Measure H. They provide the funding for new lockers and windows, and maintenance department went and did all the work, all new flooring, new lockers. Shot put area, that was an area that we relocated, working with the city and Measure H. We put that in a matter of a couple of months. We managed the project and we got it in very quickly, as well as the discus and hammer throw area. We just resurfaced the entire track, restriped it, worked with them on the different kind of striping on that. That was paid for with cell tower funds. We installed the scoreboard that the city Measure H funds paid for. I think Peter and Angela probably talk a little more about that. ILS classrooms. We convert classrooms to brand new classrooms all the time. This is stuff done through the maintenance department. We have one more. Ryan Scott's old room is going to be converted to another ILS room. So there's some things that need to be done in there. We knew it's going to be created to an ILS room, so we waited until that vacated, and now we're going to update it. So this is some of the examples of going in, all new classroom, ceiling, lighting, flooring, all the equipment. You have washers and dryers and sinks and everything installed. Additional Rancho projects that were done, we have marquees that we have installed everywhere. We do bathroom upgrades. This one's at Mills. We did it at Rancho Cordova. It's brand new. All LED lighting for energy management. We're installing those ourselves. We buy the product and we're doing LED lighting. We've already done exteriors in most campuses and working our way through all the interiors. Roofing projects. We don't hire an engineer and architect and bid the plans out. We work directly. We do a CMAS or we do an Omnia, and then we contract directly for labor, and we try to work it out so we can save money if how we can, or we'll work directly with a contractor and develop the engineering specs. We just put it in, Mitchell has a brand new science building that was put in just a couple of years ago. They have a new student restroom that's going in actually right now. Innovations Academy, you can see that was put in for another program. We did the work on that one, all the landscaping, that was just being completed this last year. And then various other projects, HVAC and energy management through COVID funds. We were able to do mini HVAC projects and also our energy management systems. We've gone in and upgraded our systems to be able to control our dampers, provide better air quality. We're able to control them now on smoky days to turn them off and on, able to control fan speeds and provide when different temperatures, we'll be able to control the fan speeds for different areas. So, letting more cold air or not so much cold air in. That's a huge energy saving component. We work with student care there. We put the buildings in, they typically pay for them. We've replaced all these student care buildings over the years and we install playgrounds for them. And these are a couple examples of some of the playgrounds that were put in. Some other ones, there's student care there. A lot of landscaping work was done. Actually, this was part of Measure P, help funded this. Fencing, we just did a Riverview fencing project. We're going to be looking at other projects where we can get fencing, more bang for our buck, or where it makes sense to put fencing. That's going through the safety committee as we go through all the projects. Shade structures. Every site has shade structures. We work directly. We don't hire that out. We'll hire directly through a company, and then we'll contract out directly for the installation of that. We've done upgrades to administration offices, other offices. This project, Lead the Way room, if you've ever gone in there, I think it's room 3 at Mills, that is a phenomenal program. And that was, that class, if you could have saw before and after, you would never even known the difference. And that teacher absolutely loves it. That was also done through our maintenance department. And then we have the regular ongoing maintenance projects that we have every year that, people don't even think about. Hard court replacement, parking lots, striping, painting, roofing, flooring. These are all deferred maintenance projects that we have as part of our plan that we move through. And, it's limited funding, but we try to parlay that with other projects. So we know we're doing a project through a bond project. We'll combine deferred maintenance funds, we'll work together on it, and we'll be more bang for the buck. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's start with questions. And why don't we start with the student board members? Board Member Perez, do you have any questions?
No questions. I just wanted to greatly appreciate all the renovations made at Cordova High, as well as all of our Rancho Cordova schools.
Board Member Shrivastava?
No questions for me either right now. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Washburn.
Okay. Board Member Short?
Yeah, I just have one question. About 8 years ago, Vista del Lago changed their weight lift to lifting CrossFit, and then I think Rancho Cordova ended up acquiring that with a major discount to from $90,000 to only $7,000. Was that original $90,000 used any Folsom bond money? I don't think they had Folsom bond money back then, right?
It was probably the original purchase of when the school was built. Is what it would have been from. Is that correct, Peter? Yeah.
And then it went over to Rancho Cordova, and it was just at a discount? How did that happen?
So, and Peter knows the whole story of this, but I heard it, so I think I can repeat it. The Vista program changed our program from more powerlifting to a CrossFit program. So they had all of this, and so as part of through their fundraising, their Boosters Club, they decided to go to a CrossFit program. So they offered up all this equipment to any school in the district, said anybody would like this weightlifting equipment. And the principal at the time at Cordova High jumped at the opportunity and said, yes, we would like it. So it's valued about $90,000, and they purchased it for $7,000? Yeah, so it was greatly discounted. So that is why they got a great asset at a much reduced rate. If they had to go out and buy that equipment, which was in great shape, they would have cost about.
So there was no bidding or anything that had to come to the board. It was all a ministerial decision at the principal level. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And subsequently, it looks like it got painted to cover up the emblem that was on the wood floor. On the floor.
And my understanding is the emblem was turned so it doesn't have the Vista emblem, and
right.
A community member's husband, I believe, went in and painted in there, so it made sure that it wasn't had the colors of the school.
Okay, thank you.
Only
my other question on the track, on the Cordova High track, the steeple improvement wasn't mentioned, but that was just money paid by the Measure H, or was it Rancho Cordova?
Yeah, it's still, and that hasn't been completed, so it's not on, but it's another project we're working with. We already have the plans ready to go. We have submitted to the city asking them for any comments on that. We've already received some estimated pricing, so we're ready to move on it as soon as we get approval.
That's good. And I just, with your presentation, it was really awesome because we went around to all the school sites, and the facilities are just looking magnificent and beautiful. The landscaping, everything, it looks in great shape. So I just want to say good job over the years. You've always been impeccable.
Thank you.
The millions and millions of dollars you spend, and they always come in. The bidding is always really good and precise. You never really go over budget very often. So
can I make a bragging point on that since you brought it up?
Yes.
A colleague of mine, he works at Davis School District. I've known him for a year. He's been director of facilities, and he's been in positions through, and he rides a bike club through Rancho Cordova. He called me the other day and asked me to speak to who our leaders are who to oversee the grounds. He said he's never seen schools look as nice as our schools look in our grounds and facilities. And he said, I want to know how you guys manage and how to do that, because he said, I've never seen that. And coming from a peer, that really meant a lot. But
Fantastic. It's fantastic. Matt, you've always done a great job over the last 20 years. So.
It's not me, but thank you.
But the team, thank you.
Board Member Hoover?
I'm going to save my questions for now. Thanks.
Board Member Clark?
Yes. All right, great presentation, Matt. I appreciate it. Have quite a few questions that just kind of need answers to and or clarification. Security cameras, you say you have them at all campuses. Are they all Rancho Cordova campuses right now?
No, we don't have them. By the end of the school year, we will have them at all campuses. There's still about 10 sites left. They're all elementary sites that don't have them. There's a few in Rancho Cordova, there's a few in Folsom that are not left. But we purchasing the cameras, we're getting under contract for installation, and by the end of the school year, they're expected to be, every campus will be complete.
Okay, I know at Cordova Gardens, I think I went there last week. I think they were finishing up their install.
Rancho Cordova Elementary, they're working there.
I just wanted to make sure that all cameras will be installed by when?
They're expected to be installed by the end of the year.
Okay.
Expected to be, and that's the plan, and that's where I'm target for it. But
I know
things can always happen, but it should be done by the end of the year.
Okay, and repair to ball fields at Rancho Cordova Elementary. I'm kind of concerned about that because I'm wondering what repairs were actually made. I usually walk that area, and I noticed that some of the backstops weren't repaired.
Those backstops are to be removed. They're no longer used.
Okay.
So we want to remove those backstops. They no longer have
Is there a
been used for years.
timeline when it's going to be
No, I thought
removed?
they were supposed to have already been done. So
I'll have to
we'll
take a
work on it.
walk and see. To my recollection, I don't believe that they have been done. That's why I kind of.
And I will find out. I can't tell you for sure. I gave direction to remove them, and I know they're also cleaning up that back alleyway as well.
Yeah, and I know that they did work on that. I think it was over Labor Day weekend that they were working on that. I'm not quite sure when it was happening. Maybe it was before then. But yeah, I'm just kind of curious about that. And I know there was another one that had ball field repairs. I can't remember which one, but Williamson. I need to probably take a look at that since it's right around the corner from me. But I don't believe that was repaired either. But
I don't know.
I could be wrong. I can understand, and my colleague, Mr. Short, talked about the weight room at Cordova. And I know the weights are expensive, but I think when I was alerted to that, I actually believe I went up to Cordova to check it out and see it with my own eyes on the mats. Were the mats included? Did we have to take those?
I really don't know the history of that. I don't know if, I hate to put it on Peter or somebody else, but I don't know the history of that.
I would
really.
just like to ask because I think I made a few comments about it before at a previous board meeting about the mats, and I don't think I ever got an explanation on it.
When you say the mats, you're talking about the pads underneath
the pads or whatever.
Yeah. So
whatever had the Vista logo on them.
Right. That's actually on the plank there, the plywood that's there.
Right.
So when those were purchased, they were installed the way they came from Vista. Okay. Our maintenance folks actually took them from Vista, directly put them at Cordova and installed them that way. At some point, they were supposed to have been retrofitted to look like Cordova. And I don't know what happened over the years. When I got in this position, that was one of the things that was brought to my attention. We literally went in there and flipped the boards over. We had some volunteers help out. The district used Measure H funds to refurbish all of the pads in there as far as not appliances, like the benches, reupholster the entire set of equipment. Cordova had nautical equipment in there, if you remember the old days with the cable and the weights.
Yeah.
Well, that was outdated. And that's why I think the principal at the time didn't have 70 or 80,000 to replace the weight room.
Right.
Purchased, he had 7,000, purchased the equipment from Vista. It made a lot of sense. That's the way things were going.
Well, like I said, I understand the weights.
Yeah.
I understand that.
So I don't know what happened. There was a period about, I'd say 4 to 5 years that the Vista Eagle was left there for whatever reason. I can't answer that one for you. But as soon as we were alerted to it, we addressed it and got it rectified.
Okay.
There were at some point, I was told there was this machine they have that makes the stickers in their print shop. They were supposed to put that over, but then they had adhesive issues. Anyways, we got it resolved. We did have volunteers, and actually Jennifer Lorette's husband was in there spray painting and redoing it. We spent a lot of times pulling down wires and cables that were outdated from speakers. So we did a lot of work in that area to get that retrofitted.
Oh, yeah, I remember that like it was yesterday, because actually it was when it was completed. I was actually invited out there to take a look at it. Page 14, I just needed some clarification on the ILS classroom upgrades, D1, B1, and I'm assuming B2 is going to be upgraded as
Yes.
well, correct?
It will be. That is the plan, to be upgraded hopefully next summer, if not sooner.
Okay, timeline on, oh, you said summer?
Yeah, that's typically, it's hard to get into those areas during non-school or during school hours and school time. So, and because we had to vacate, who was using it couldn't vacate it until after school year. So
Got it.
That is planned to be done next summer, if not sooner.
Okay, and then I have a concern about our air conditioning system, and I think I sent an email to the superintendent relaying my concerns about a classroom at Rancho Cordova Elementary, and I think it was classroom 20.
It's 3.
It's 3?
Yeah.
Okay, well, one of them, the air conditioning went out. Is there like a shortage on systems that we can't get that replaced? Because during 110, 112,
It
115
should have been
degree,
replaced. The compressor, we got a compressor. The unit was out 16 weeks. So they tried to find a compressor to replace the compressor. When I talked to Steve last week, they'd hope to have it replaced by this week. So I'm going to double check and find out. But it should have been replaced at the beginning of this week.
Okay, all right. I'm not sure if it has been replaced. I just want to
I
make sure
will
that it
double
is.
check,
I mean,
but
heaven
it's
forbid
supposed
if we get a heat wave, which I think we're probably leaning into fall right now, but I mean, who knows? We might get like a 99-degree day, and I'd hate to see like 3 or 4 fans in the classroom blowing everything around when we could have that fixed.
I'll double check on that.
So I want to go back to these Measure B, Measure N, Measure P, and my question is, do we have oversight committees for them?
Well,
Did we?
We did, yes.
And how often
I mean,
did
B,
they meet?
They're all, I mean, B, V, and then all the money is gone. Those are, over.
Right.
P has just a tiny bit of money left over. So, basically the funds are spent. The oversight committee is no longer active because there's not a need for it.
Well, if there's a little bit of funding in Measure P, don't you think it would probably be feasible for them to come in and give a presentation to the board? And
Yes.
and let us know where they are and what they're doing, all the wonderful things?
Well, I mean, they had, when it was there hasn't been any activity on P for a few years because of the money. There was very little. The
So
Measure
are
P
they
Oversight
even, are
Committee
they even
is
meeting?
not, no, it is extremely challenging to keep that Measure P Oversight Committee. We were struggling to keep members on a constant basis. We get new members and then nobody showed up.
Got it.
So since it was static, we haven't tried to revive it. We can try to do that. It's going to be very difficult to get a Measure P Oversight Committee for, $1 million. But
Right.
we
No,
can
I
try
got
to
you.
do that. And we can, but I mean, it's going to be very challenging because it was when we had the issuance of it even. But we can work towards that.
Okay.
We're struggling keeping members on all of them. We're trying to advertise, we're going out to PTOs, PTAs. We're trying to see what we can do to get people to be involved.
Sure. Okay. And then my last question, when we go through all these needs and what has been done, how are these needs determined? How are they prioritized? I mean, are you coming from subcommittees or committees or community members saying we'd like to see this? How are those determined?
Absolutely. Like I said, Measure N was a master plan. We did a whole master plan. We did surveys. We had community input. We have site committees. We did presentations, community presentations, sought feedback. We had, like I said, an independent inspector who went around and surveyed, indicating site needs. Those were brought back, fine-tuned. The master plan was approved by the board. went through all the different phases, all different schools and what was to be done. And then the work started, it refined with the committee at each school. As we went to each school, we refined it with that modernization committee, and the work moved forward. As you know, as time goes on, priorities things, technology changes, so it has to refine as it goes. And Bond Oversight Committee was involved, the process. As you know, they don't set the scope, they just make sure that the bond funds are spent according to the modernization plans that are put forward, and that was their job, and that's what they did. But there was an extensive process that went through as far as determining the scope of work.
Okay, and just to be clear, Matt, you said that all the Promethean boards have been delivered, installed, and everything in all the Rancho Cordova schools?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, you're going to tell me
No, because I have been complaining about it. Like, when are we going to get them in? But it's good news to hear that
they're in.
They are all in now. Okay, perfect. That's all I have, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Hui.
Just a couple questions. One clarification with the cameras. So those are all will be installed by the end of the year. Just want to clarify, we're talking about the school year or the calendar year?
Calendar year.
Okay.
By the end of December.
Okay, thank you. And then you mentioned fencing on several of these projects. I know that's still something we're really looking into and working on. I'm hoping you can kind of just describe the process we would have to go through in order to get fencing on some of our sites, like Cordova High School. I know we've talked about it on the safety oversight or safety advisory committee. But maybe you can help us understand some of the timeline and what are the steps we'd have to actually get through.
Sure, absolutely. We were getting to it last night at committee, but we kind of ran out of time. So what we have is we have criteria typically when we do a project where we establish the parameters of fencing, what we're trying to accomplish. If is it trying to gather crowds to the front of the office, that we're trying to secure the perimeter, what we can and can't do, height of the fence. So what we did at the safety committee is we established a list of criteria. We put like 10 criteria, and we asked the safety committee, and we were going to put out in a Google Doc, working with Scott, and we're going to ask the committee members to prioritize the criteria based on what they see. We had, incidents with law enforcement or truancies or, vandalism, all kinds of different issues, the height of the fence. So we put all these criteria, and we're going to use that criteria to help develop standards and then priorities. What's a priority? Elementary school, middle, high school, what's the priority? Then we'll take that because, we have limited funds and we're going to try to get the best value we can for the amount of fencing. So do we partially fence certain areas that we have trouble spots and try to do that? Some schools, we can actually do a little bit of fencing and almost get the whole perimeter done. So those are the kind of things we're going to use, that criteria. Then we'll be able to develop standards and process moving forward, and then take the amount of funding we have and see how far we can go to get the best bang for the buck. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
Yeah, perfect. So I think the advisory committee's meeting quarterly right now.
Yeah, I think there's 3 meetings scheduled, yeah.
Okay. I'm just wondering, I think that's a great idea to prioritize those and to get an idea from the committee what that might look like. I just know there's some campuses where if the need is more urgent, is there a way to, speed up that process at all?
Well, and that's kind of hoping with the criteria identify. If we've had more incidences at certain sites, then maybe that comes forward. And what are the incidences? Is it law enforcement incidents that do it, or is it people coming onto campus where law enforcement hasn't been involved? We had incident, in Riverview. We fenced in that because we had an incident on the campus, people coming up from the river and coming onto campus. So it would turn be an urgent need. We try to want to get away from certain things like that's what's happened before. Until we established camera criteria, it was like a site had vandalism. Okay, we got to go put cameras out. Or somebody had an incident. Well, we can't just be reactive. We have to be strategic on how we figure out what's the best way to do that, especially when fencing is a huge, huge investment. And if you limited funds, here's what we're going to do. And as we get more fundings, then we'll have that priority in place to know, okay, here's where we're going to go, each school. So at least we documented how we came up to determine which schools were becoming in the priority.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. Thanks for the presentation tonight.
Board Member Hoover?
Sorry, just a couple. Councilmember Gatewood, welcome. If you need a blanket, Jim has you covered. Just letting you know. So, but I just wanted to follow up on the fencing question. What are the percentage of schools in Rancho that are fenced versus, because I know in Folsom, when we don't have all our schools fenced either fully, but, excuse me, I know as we have redone them, we've fenced them. That's been one of the priorities. So I was just curious kind of comparatively what the...
I don't have a percentage because there's a portion of many sites, White Rock is fenced, Cordova Gardens is mostly fenced, White Rock is fenced, Ville is fenced. There's partial fencing at Williamson and Cordova Meadows. They have fencing. So, there's majority of the sites have a certain amount of fencing. So it's hard to say. Rancho Cordova has a lot of that's fenced off. There's some areas that aren't quite completely fenced, but most of it is fenced off.
Okay.
So percentage wise, various forms. There's probably half the sites at least have some fencing.
Okay.
And it's probably Cordova High even has fencing in certain areas.
Is the goal to kind of move every school to that fully fenced eventually, or?
I think it would be the goal to have everything fully fenced. It's a goal to reach at some point. It's not realistic to say we can do that in the short term because there's so much of it. That's why we need to be strategic in how we do it. Even DTO mentioned, Martin, fencing we don't make it as a false sense of security, but it kind of is because, I don't want to be too graphic, a lot of the school shootings were fully secured sites. We talked about that in the safety committee. The best component you can do is a locked door. Nobody's ever breached a locked door in a school shooting. They have breached fencing. So we don't want to think because the site's fenced, all of a sudden now you're completely protected. It's to serve many things. It's to help get people so they don't come onto the campus unwanted.
Single point of entry.
Yeah. So it serves many purposes, and I think if we wanted to, our goal would be to completely fence it and have a direct access through the front office. That would be our goal.
Okay. My last question is, the slides highlight a lot of the, positives, which I appreciate, some of the great improvements that have happened. But what would you say are some of the ongoing needs or remaining needs? Some areas where maybe we haven't met the mark or quite gotten to yet. Do you have a list of just areas where you'd like to see improved?
Yeah,
schools?
Without talking and, just doing a plan with every site, I think our sites are aging. We're going to have to start looking at roofing and HVAC, some academic things. I think I would be looking at the library at Cordova High School, expanding that library. It would be nice probably if we could to combine our counseling and admin into one facility. There's talk about creating an entrance to the stadium, a nice entrance to the stadium and making that inviting. I would like to build a baseball field on Cordova High School to have on that field, things like that. Each elementary school, we built computer labs back in the day associated with libraries. Now we've taken all those computer labs and dismantled them because now we don't have computer labs anymore. Going back and repurposing some of these academic spaces, probably building, we're expanding TK, all-day K programs. So we have to look, we have needs for facilities that can provide restrooms that can meet TK and all day at every elementary school. We already have plans working now to do a couple of them already, and we're struggling trying to find locations where we can put these programs, because if we put those in a room that has a restroom, we're displacing another classroom. Mm-hmm. So I think those kind of facilities that serve our younger students would be an opportunity to look at that as well. Probably could go back and do more restroom upgrades, things like that. There's always infrastructure changes that we could look at, but I could probably sit down in about 10 minutes and give you a big list.
Sounds good. All right. Oh, that's it for me for now. Thanks.
All right.
Mr. President,
yes.
I have a couple follow-up questions from
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Following up from what on the bond oversight committee, you're saying it hasn't met for years. So originally, you want to kind of get the bond. My understanding is the oversight committee to get back. Who were the original members and who was the original chair of that?
Are you talking about P or the original ones?
P, yeah. Because I was on the oversight B.
Josie Steelman was on that committee forever.
Wow.
Amy Hermona was on that. We've had Michael Yearwood has been on that. Just top of my head, some
P,
people who.
How about P?
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, yeah. We're talking.
There's people who are on it who have never showed up.
Okay.
So
I remember being on oversight B, but when I got elected, I had to step down. So,
In the
wasn't-
beginning,
yeah.
everybody's excited, then everybody starts kind of
Right,
losing interest.
The other question I have, thank you for that, on the fencing issue, which the big safety committee has been talking for over a year, but the original bonds were very, they didn't really, they talked about fencing, we did fencing, but back then, the priority wasn't the same. Rancho Cordova Parks was more of an open philosophy for the community to come in. And a lot of the fencing out there has been outdated or has been updated, but it wasn't really taking the thought of total security and thought. And so I walked some of the sites, and yeah, there's some room for improvements on access and stuff like that. But it looks like I think the safety committee will probably come up with a site recommendation.
Absolutely. The old schools were neighborhood schools. They were community schools. People wanted access to them.
Right.
It was open and inviting. And even in the early days of the bond program, it was to provide directional fencing, but there was still access to the fields, openings in the field.
Right.
So that was kind of the intent.
Kind of different there in neighborhood schools. And times have changed, so I think the active shooters over the years have changed a lot of the thought patterns. One of the issues I thought, just for the smart buildings, remember we talked about that, the smart buildings, maybe that would be the next place where we can get money to help for energy, more efficiencies, all the smart stuff. And is that still looked at? Because a lot of the windows weren't changed out under those bonds because it's still single pane.
We're looking at energy things. I was meeting with Sean and them the other day where we're talking about some energy saving automation that we can look at that will automatically control our buildings, control our facilities, make sure things are shut off and not being used. Windows was always a discussion that if there was ever future funding that we would replace windows. We replaced the plexiglass, but replacing windows is not a big bang for the buck. The payoff period of a Windows is like 14, 15 years. HVAC and lighting and these other things, those are 5 years or less as far as payback.
Right.
So windows were repaired and replaced, but as we move forward, we'll try to replace more windows as more funding becomes available. It's just at that time it wasn't a priority because it wasn't a big energy saving.
Right.
And it may take away from other programs that we're trying to provide for students and programs and enhancements to actual buildings.
Right.
And that wasn't determined a big bang for the buck at that time.
Well, I just wanted everybody to hear that because that's a perfect reason why the bonds didn't really cover the windows. And we still got a lot of windows that are old. So
yeah.
I appreciate that.
Oh,
That's all I have.
absolutely, we do.
Thank you.
All right, I have a few questions. Let's see. So, Matt, you had mentioned that Measure P came about because we weren't able to fully use all of the Measure N bonds because of the downturn in the economy. Is that right?
Correct.
So does that mean that there's still funds within Measure N that was never tapped into, or we tapped into it afterwards combined with Measure P? How did that work?
So there is still about 60 million or so authorization in Measure N that was not sold because we couldn't access it at the time. When Measure P was passed, it was very out to the taxpayers. We're very open about it, saying we weren't going to access those funds. We're going to do 68 million here and not have a higher tax rate. A lot of years ago, things have passed now. I think, would it be the opportunity now to go back and say, hey, would you guys be willing to access this other 60 million? Would you be willing to tax yourself? No, could be 10 million, could be 15, could be 5 million. We would have to go and work, and Sean and I are going to be doing that, working with our financial advisors to determine if we have enough bonding capacity, assess valuation to tap into that, and then determine, is that something the community would want to look into? Maybe some of our original series of our Measure V or B bonds, maybe some of those series have been paid off or close to paying off, and maybe that it would be similar to what you were already paying based on the tax rate. Those are the kind of things we could look into and have some discussion about, but we would have to first find out if we do indeed have the bonding capacity assessed valuation before we even can make that decision, if we can even go after it.
So with that 60 million that was not tapped into in Measure N, it has so much time gone by that we are now not allowed to tap into that money? Or in other words, would it have to go back out to the voters? Or since it was already approved by the voters, assuming that it financially works, would we be able to tap into that without?
The voters approved it and there is authorization there. So they've already approved to tax themselves based on that bond. Obviously we couldn't access it because of this valuation. So that's when we said we're going to do another one. As far as I know, and we'd have to talk to our bond counsel about that. I don't think there's an expiration on that if we don't tap into it, they would have to go back to the voters. But we would have to probably talk to bond counsel to make sure that's a.
And the first two bonds that were floated that you think are almost paid off, measure at V and measure...
Well, V, some of the early series, because that was 97, those could be getting close. I'm not sure if those were 25 or 30-year bonds on some of the first sales.
Okay.
So that possibly could be coming close. The first bond sale for B would probably be coming up close to 20 years. So, depending on that, some of those series would be coming off if the other ones, say, started in a few years, and then some of those would be sliding off.
So I almost wonder, and I don't know if it's even allowed under California law, but could you tap into the 60 million that was never used and measure N, pay off V and B, and then put whatever's left over into improvements in the district?
I don't think that.
No? Okay, all right. Actually, you did answer one of my next questions, was how long until these bonds are paid off? So you think V is pretty close and B would be another 5-10
We'd have to see if they're 25 or 30 year. I don't know. If they're 25, then it would be getting pretty close.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say we should have our financial advisor provide that information.
Yeah.
We can bring that to you.
I'm doing a lot of
would hate to make
speculating here.
assumptions and not have clear data on that one.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of details. Sometimes they're refinanced, other things occur. We don't have all that history. So that we have a meeting scheduled, though, with Joanna Bose to have those conversations. So we'll be bringing that information.
Okay.
That's why he's the money guy.
My next question, which is I think my last question, is going to be following just a little history lesson. And I'm only going to pick on school sites in Folsom, Cordova that are older than me. So I won't go through all of them. But so the oldest facility that we have, even though Folsom High is 100 years old this year, the oldest on the old Sutter, or on the old Folsom High campus, which is now Sutter Middle School, was built in 1927. And that, we have one single building remaining that dates back to 1927. That was the old library.
Yeah.
The old library. But all the other buildings on that campus are dated later than 1927. And some of them are obviously pretty new. We have Theodore Judah Elementary, which is also in Folsom, is 72 years old. We have Mather Heights Elementary is 71 years old. Rancho Cordova Elementary School is 66 years old. Mills Middle School is 65 years old. Cordova Gardens Elementary School is 63 years old. Cordova Lane, well, it's not elementary school anymore, but Cordova Lane Facility is 51 years old. Kitty Hawk, well, actually, I don't know the age of that one, so I'll skip that. White Rock Elementary is 62 years old. Cordova High is 61 years old. Peter J. Shields is 61. Williamson Elementary is 60 years old. Mitchell Middle is 58 years old. Riverview is 46 years. Nope, I went past my age, so I won't go down further. But out of all those facilities, obviously they're all in Rancho Cordova except for two. And the one, at least the oldest in Folsom, has pretty brand new buildings on it. So at least some of them are, I should say. So my question is, at what point in time would the district deem that a school site is so old, it doesn't make a lot of sense to just renovate it? It's time to demolish it and build new. Because whether we want to admit it or not, there is a perception that all the brand new shiny schools are in Folsom and none of them are in Rancho Cordova, which to a degree is true because of the age of the two communities. But at the same time, there has to be a point where a school site is just so old, it's time to start from scratch, raise it and start from scratch. Or do we anticipate that we're going to have 200-year-old facilities in the future, that we just keep on replacing the windows and putting new wiring in and putting new roofs on and saying, hey, that's great? And so assuming that there is a point in time where that does make sense that we tear down and build new, when would that be? And if we don't have that, like that idea or that determination right now, is that something we could do? Because obviously in the future, we can't just do it all at one time. We have to be very methodical and plan it out. And where's the money coming from? Can we partner with the state? How can we partner with the city? Who else can we partner? Where else can we get funds for in order to be able to do something like that? But that takes a plan. And so I guess there was multiple questions there. So let me stop talking and I'll let you talk.
Wow. You know, I think a lot of it depends on the condition of the schools. We've done a good job of maintaining our schools. I know some districts, they don't maintain them. They get dry rot. Things happen really fast when you don't maintain your schools. Maintaining schools, trying to make them be current is the hardest thing to do. Even when you build a brand new school, 5 years later, you're changing things because it's no longer could be current. That's the plan of new schools, is to provide as much flexibility as possible. I think structurally, you could look at the schools. Are they structurally sound? Do they, is there any issues with them not being safe? Looking at safety issues. Our schools are really in great shape. We've maintained them. An extensive modernization program provided all these upgrades to these schools, your low voltage systems, your HVAC, your roofing, all that kind of stuff. It comes to a point where, it's a certain amount of years. You also got to realize schools are built to a different standard. It's not built like a house or in a commercial building.
Right.
They're built to DSA standards, which are 3 to 5 times stronger or more durable than any other building that's built. So they're built to last longer. That's what the Field Act was for years ago. 50-year, 60, 100-year-old buildings, you see them all the time with schools 50, 60 years old. But if they're not maintained, then you're going to have issues. You're going to start to have to tear them down. What's that point? That's a good question. I know there's probably studies on what it is, but it goes back to how they're maintained and what they are, what the functionality is. If they no longer function for the programs that are in place, then you have to start looking at what you're doing. I mean, we demolished buildings at Cordova High and replaced with other buildings, primarily because we didn't have the right program and we didn't have the space to put it, so we had to demolish it. Was the building in bad enough condition? No, it would have been fine to modernize it, but we didn't spend the funds to modernize it. We demolished it and replaced it with something else. We try not to demolish too many unless, it's a program issue. We didn't really demolish that much at Sutter Middle. It was very little that was demolished there, as a matter of fact. It was moving old portables and old buildings off of that. So that's what we try to do. Portable buildings, absolutely. 30 years or so on those, we do modernize those, but that's the schools up in Folsom were replaced with new because they were old classrooms that were all portables. We didn't have any schools besides those that were all portable classroom buildings. Everything else was in new buildings. I'm not sure I'm really answering your question, but there's a lot of parameters you have to look at, as far as condition of the schools, what the program is going to be, and moving forward. I think what we would evaluate is when the next modernization cycle comes up, when they're eligible for the state program, then we would determine, okay, do we want to modernize it? Do we have eligibility? The problem is in areas where you already have schools, you don't have eligibility for new growth. So you're not going to have state funding because that comes from new growth. So you're not going to have the eligibility in the state program. So you're looking at all local funding at that point, or very, very little modernization funds you would have. And that's why a lot of schools are modernized instead of replaced. You can use modernization fund to replace certain areas and certain buildings, but to demolish a whole school, you probably have to have some new growth eligibility. So
Okay.
I think there's just a lot of factors to look into that. And I probably could explore that a little bit more in detail to probably maybe a little better answer.
Yeah, no, I just, I would love to see, at least in the future, and I appreciate it may not even be in the next 10 years, but just some type of vision of, all right, at some point in the future, it will become necessary to replace one of our school sites, and this is the one we're going to choose because of the following reasons, and we're going to figure out who we need to partner with to find the funds to be able to do that. But one thing that I will just give an example is Williamson Elementary. That multi is really not up to scale with any of our other multis in our district. I mean, it has low ceilings. when I toured it a year ago or so, it looked like it was fairly dilapidated. I think that there's opportunities for, similar to what we're doing at Blanche Sprints, where we're demolishing at least a single building to replace it with a modern multi. I think there are some sites that we could also look at doing that in Rancho, even if it isn't a full campus replacement.
I agree with that. I think selective buildings like that, I would like to replace the Peter J. Shields multi, because it doesn't have a restroom, and it's similar to the one we just did at Blanche. To me, that would be a first priority. And that's another project.
So maybe that's something we could work with the city on and figure, and all right, we got these two buildings, these two sites in Rancho Cordova, let's figure out how we can replace them.
But you gotta look at the function too and how they're utilized. Right now, those multis are really just used for lunch and programs. They're not really used for PE athletic type facilities. So it's a different function of how it's used. So that kind of goes back to how, let's get the most bang for our buck. Let's make a program that works. Does it work to do a multi there? Okay, what are the purposes and reasons why we need to do a multi? And if it fits those, then yeah, that's something let's work towards. But yeah, there's this, Shields is a perfect example of one that would be good to replace.
Okay. All right, let's jump to the audience questions. We'll start with Joanna Slaughter. Welcome.
Mr. Huber, thank you for the blanket. My classroom is never this freezing, so I dress to not be melting in my classroom. My name is Joanna Slaughter. I teach kindergarten at Rancho Cordova Elementary School, and when I saw slide number 6 of this presentation and the picture that was there, that was the picture that was done more than 15 years ago when that school was remodeled, and that all of those things were listed as new, and they're new. The only 2 things on there that are new are the Promethean boards and the security cameras that were installed over the last 2 or 3 weeks at our site. The backstop that Mr. Clark asked about, I've never seen anything happen in our school so fast. And I'm not sure why it got taken away and why teachers weren't asked. The poor 5th graders this year, they're not gonna be able to have the kickball against the teachers because there's no backstop now. I mean, yeah, the boards were dilapidated, but fix the board. I mean, it went down in a day and a half. Never seen anything happen so fast. We have 2 faculty bathrooms for the 60+ employees we have at our site. Everybody using the bathroom at the same time. There's lines, there goes your 12-minute recess, like your 20-minute recess, waiting in line to use the bathroom. Student bathrooms. Yes, we got some new ones, but that's because some teachers called some OSHA people, called some board members, wrote some letters and said, why do our there's only 6 stalls on campus for almost 500 student population. We got some bathrooms. It took almost all last year to get them installed, or the year before, but we got them. Our office got remodeled super quickly. Not really sure why. When I have a carpet in my classroom that there's a bubble in it, that one of these days I know I'm gonna trip on it and die. Because I've asked, I step on it, push it back down, and in a day or two, one of my kids noticed it the other day. They're 5 years old. They noticed it and they're like, be careful, Miss Slaughter, the carpet's messed up. And I'm like, I know. That's why I put this right here so I don't step on it. Our windows have bullet holes in them. They're single pane. Anytime it rains, in comes the rain onto our things. And that didn't start at 2 minutes. It started like at 1. But anyways, there are dead plants all over my campus. I walk by dead grass every day. I walk by dead plants. Do you want me to keep going?
No, keep going. We're going to make it 3 minutes.
Okay. Let me look at my notes real quick. The gates. There was a gate on our kinder preschool side. They used to stop the children from going to the other side, the big kid side. We came back from one summer and the preschool teacher said, we don't know what happened, the gate's gone. So they get dinged on their end when the state comes because there's no gate keeping their 3 and 4-year-olds in. And now this year we have some excited kindergartners who like to run everywhere. And we also have some SPED students who use our kinder playground. And instead of one of the yard supervisors being able to monitor and walk everywhere, they're kind of standing blocking that hole because there's no gate now. So that's a big safety issue for me at our school. Let's see. We were repainted a year or 2 before COVID. Nothing was primed, nothing was cleaned. There are spots on our campus where kids have torn a whole sheet of paint off of the wall. Lots of trim around the doors was not finished. My trim personally has like 3 different colors on it, but whatever, we just keep going. Office chairs. I needed a new office chair because the one I had was from the modernization 15, 14 years ago. I went to 2 years ago, to my admin and said, could I please get a new teacher chair? And they said, sure, but you can use it. You have to use your $150 money that you have for your school supplies for your classroom in order to buy an office chair. Well, if you've ever looked up an office chair, they're at least $100. So I'm like, well, I can take money away from my students so that I can have a nice chair, or I can just keep sitting on the broken chair I have. So one of my parents heard, and so she, for Christmas, gathered all the parents and they gifted me a chair.
If you could wrap up.
Oh, yes, okay. And let's see. Sorry, my notes were all over the place. I appreciate the modernization that happened when it happened because I was a teacher there. I don't appreciate cabinet presenting beautiful commercials of what is there and what is happening when that's not really what is there now. You don't go to the store and ask for new shoes and buy a 10-year-old pair of shoes. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next speaker is Madeline Sanderson. Welcome.
Thank you, Huber. I'm much more above around. Okay, so I know that Joanna just spoke, but I'm going to speak on Rancho Cordova Elementary again. So good evening, Dr. Kaligian, President Reed, and board. My youngest attends Rancho Cordova Elementary, which will be my focus this evening. When the district shares that there is security fencing at the front of the school, one's assumption might lead them into thinking the entire front of the school has a security fence around it. Well, this is not the case. Even when the security fence is locked, did you know that anyone at any given moment could just walk past the principal's office and make their way through the entire school? It's true. Yesterday, I sent a few pictures to our president and vice president of the board. For visuals, I have more I can send if you need. Thank you, guys. What you will also find when visiting campus is dry rot, windows that leak when they're wet, 15-year-old carpets that are falling apart and stained horribly in a few of our kindergarten classrooms. Also, our preschool classroom has been neglected to the point where one of the walls has deteriorated not only from the outside, but has now affected the inside of the wall. This means the inside of the classroom where, again, children are. You will also find windows with bullet holes, areas with dead plants, tape all over the playground, rubber flooring, and let's not even talk about the paint jobs. The fence that once was between the two playgrounds now is missing the gate, which would help to deter our younger children from running off and leaving the preschool and kindergarten play areas. I have now had conversations with a handful of teachers who share and voice these same concerns. They all shared with me how they have been told year after year that certain things would be fixed, and then, what do you know? It does not happen. Again, this makes our teachers and staff feel not valued. They work hard and should be able to come to work each day to classrooms and buildings in general that look nice. I don't think they're asking for much, do you? There needs to be continued maintenance work being done when it comes to our Rancho Cordova school sites. When our buildings and facilities continue to be neglected in so many ways, I have a really hard time when our district paints a beautiful picture like everything is fine when it's not. All you have to do is come visit Rancho Cordova Elementary and our other Rancho Cordova schools, walk around, and then you will see there is work to be done that can't wait with cooler weather and rain around the corner. It's for our children's teachers and staff, and they deserve the best. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker is Jen Lorette.
Hi, Dr. Kaligian and the board. Since we brought up the weight room, I will give context for that. So I actually had a student who was there, and her freshman year walked in, and yes, there was Vista Del Lago equipment in there. So alerted the board, went with David Sander down there, met with Mr. Beamish, walked in there, and got a ton of excuses for why these logos were on there. And I said, hey guys, I'm just a mom, but flip the boards. So you want to know why the boards got flipped? Is because I said flip the boards. So then I said, hey, we need to do a renovation. So the paint, I paid for the paint. The decals, I paid for the decals. The district did pay for the vinyl, which we were super appreciative of, but the volunteers were me and my family that went in there to do that. And it is just heartbreaking for our students to feel so just disregarded that there was no effort to even flip the boards. But the fact of the matter is that it was years that it sat there, that nobody decided to take action on that. And I think that's what we're talking about here tonight is action. And I think that Folsom Cordova Unified, we strive for excellence in our education and with our students and with our staff. And we should be striving for excellence with our facilities as well. The Carl Sundahl School renovation project was awarded the Construction Management Association of America Northern California Project Achievement Award in the building renovation category. Oak Chan Elementary received second place in the same category. These renovations occurred around 2018, and I was actually a second graduating class out of Oak Chan Elementary. So while I understand that those were portables in that school, and that's why that we had to take it down to the ground and rebuild, that school was only 28 years old when that happened. We still have a lot of portables over at Cordova High School. We have a lot of portables over at Mitchell Middle School. And like, what is the long-term plan for those portables to not be there? I know during this last heat wave that many of the portables, the air conditioning wasn't working at all, that there were kids that were going home sick because it was so hot there. So, you know, I think that we need to start looking forward to replacement schedules for some of these. I mean, if we're talking about Mangini Ranch costing $64 million, I mean, that's a lot for us to take in Rancho Cordova, that we're willing to put $64 million to an elementary school, which I can appreciate that. But we literally have deteriorating facilities down where we're at, and that we need some desperate help where we're at. And I would implore the board to please look and work with staff to start looking at more than just putting lipstick on a pig, because that's what it kind of feels like. We literally have a deteriorating bathroom at Cordova High down in the at the stadium, and it needs to be taken to the ground. And the meeting a couple weeks ago was, well, we can like put a new roof on it. No, it's got to go to the ground. It's 60 something years old. It's literally disgusting. Nobody wants to use it. So I think that we just, you know, really need to be really looking at that and looking at our partners to see how we can like move forward and getting a schedule and a plan put together for us in the long-term situation with our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody online?
No, Mr. Reed.
No one online? All right. Back to the board. Any final, this is not an action item, it's just discussion. So any final discussion before we move on?
I just want to make one comment. When, Matt, you mentioned the Field Act, I just want to make, a lot of folks don't understand the Field Act. The Field Act is where a building is designed when there's a hurricane or an earthquake. That thing's going to have all lights on still. It's a refuge area for the community. If you go to a charter doesn't, the city approved buildings or don't even come close. Those buildings will potentially collapse, all lights are out. It puts children at harm's way when you go to a charter because they go into private commercial buildings. The Field Act is designed to protect our kids. I just want people to understand the Field Act was there for that reason. So people understand these buildings are built to last more than 100 years, a long time.
Okay. Any final?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Clark. It's on.
Oh, thank you. The comments tonight, I appreciate those, and I don't know, maybe I don't know. I mean, maybe I should be looking at those when I visit those schools because I don't see everything. So I do plan on coming out to Rancho Cordova Elementary next week. I would appreciate it if there was a teacher or staff that would show me those things because I don't see everything. When I get there, my main focus is 1, the kids, 2, to check in on our teachers. I mean, I don't go and look for flaws. Maybe I should, and that might be the new thing when I go out, but I want to believe that staff is doing their due diligence to keep the schools up to par. But now that you have brought that to my attention, I think now what I'll do is I'll go, you know, even though my priority are my babies and the teachers, I think now maybe I got to start snooping around and looking at things a little closely. I'm disturbed that you say that there's bullet holes in the windows. I'm disturbed that there was a bubble in the carpet. And I do believe, Ms. Slaughter, that I visited your classroom. Those are the times to point those things out to me so I can get back to Dr. Collegian, so I can get back to Cabinet and let them know. Because if not, I'm going to be totally enamored by the kids. And, you know, like I said, that's my priority when I go in there. So when I come out next week, I'll let you know when. Hopefully there's somebody available, and let's take a tour of those spots and look at things. So that's it.
Okay, Mr. Hoover, you had something?
Yeah, just a few comments. You know, I think, first of all, I appreciate everyone that came out tonight and spoke about this issue. I did receive all the photos. I apologize I didn't respond to the emails, but I did look at all the photos.
I think it would be great if the whole board got those.
Yeah.
Instead of just you and Mr. Reed. I'm sorry, but it's kind of hard, and it bothers me that those go out to the president and vice president when you've got 3 other board members, one that lives in that area, that takes pride in that area. So if you're going to send them out, send them to the whole board, because we're not going to get those things.
We'll resend some of them.
Thank you.
Yeah, and absolutely happy to forward those as well. But, you know, I think, I think Cordova being a good example, you know, a lot of the photos that you sent from Cordova, sometimes there's obviously some big needs here, and I think we as a district, need to do better at identifying those needs and, not just talk about the glows, but also the grows. We talk about that all the time. Where do we need to improve? Where are the needs at? We need to identify those so we can go to the community or go to the city or go to the taxpayers or whatever it is and actually, figure out how to meet those needs. But, I think it's also the little things, and at Cordova, some of these photographs, it's like you've got 2 different types of paint on the same wall that don't match. And it's not like something that you go, oh, that's a big problem, but it is a little problem. And I'm a big, subscriber to the broken windows theory, right? Where the little things really matter. And where if you let a community or a city or a school, if you let little things go, it creates that culture that things don't matter, and it leads to more issues. And I think that we need to be instilling in our Rancho or Cordova schools, I think the same level of care that we do instill in our Folsom schools. Now, the Mangini Ranch was brought up, which was obviously a different bond. It was a different set of taxpayers that are paying for that school. And so none of that money is eligible to go to Rancho Cordova. But I think the point is that, we are spending what some may argue is a lot of money building a single elementary school to make it so nice, where really maybe we don't need to. Maybe we can scale that back a little bit, invest in other things in the Folsom community. But also, it's just this idea that there's a certain set of schools where the standard is up here, and then there's other schools where maybe the standard isn't up there. And I think we need to be really careful about that, particularly because, I know we're in districts, but we represent the entire community on the school board. So I really, want to encourage, I know long-term, the big things are what needs to be discussed and figure out how we're going to fund those things and some of the things that need to be rebuilt. We need to talk about that and how we get that done. But I think in the short term, I think we can do a better job on the little things and figuring out what are some small improvements, what are some doors that we can paint, what are some, just cracks that we can fill, what are some actual small improvements that we can do so that we're at least showing that we actually care about every one of our schools. And just be open about the areas where we need to be. I think it's totally understandable if we came up here tonight and it's like, hey, we've done all these great things, but these are all the things that we need to do better. I think that's being transparent, that's being open and honest, and we need to be able to admit those things to the public and just commit to working on them. So those are my comments.
President Reed?
Yes.
One suggestion that I would ask for is, when our teachers are seeing these little things, we want to take care of them too, and our principals do as well. So I would just want to remind our staff and our board too, if you're hearing things and they haven't come my way, I'm going to check with the principal and say, are you aware of these because we've got 36 schools, 36 principals, and that's, that's their domain. And we need to make them aware, so, it's on their radar. And if they, if they've put in work orders and things aren't happening, that's when you elevate it, to supervisor or to me. And we want to make sure those little things are taken care of. And yes, we do have a lot of little things to work on, but we're committed to doing that too. We were going to put them on the list and we're going to get them done, but we need to be made aware. So just that protocol of starting with our principals and then principal supervisor, myself, and then board members, if you're getting emails that aren't coming to me, I think we've established that protocol. Make sure I'm looped in too. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Actually, I'm going to go to Board Member Perez first.
Yeah, I just wanted to concur with tonight's comments regarding our Rancho Cordova facilities, and I can't agree with the Cordova bathroom that is nearly rotting. No student, including myself, even dares to enter that bathroom unless they really have to, which is only ever during football games and track meetings. But I agree that we definitely need to refurnish the stadium bathroom and in general improve our school ambient.
Okay. Board Member Shrivastava.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to echo the comment that Rocio made and as well as the comments made by the board tonight. And thank you so much for the public comments as well. I think I haven't taken as much of a priority in the facilities aspect of, the student experience. I think I've been more focused on the social emotional side of it, but I'm glad that this was brought to our attention as a board, and I'll definitely be taking a closer look with our students and talking about what kinds of facilities they could be improved on their school site. Because I think first and foremost, our students notice it, when they're going into school bathrooms and they don't feel comfortable with that very basic need to have a clean and safe environment to use the restroom. So that's definitely something that we'll be taking a closer look at with an SAB. Thanks.
Okay. Board Member Short.
Yeah, I just want to go back to the bond oversight committees and everything. That process is in place to the community, and accountability is built into report to the board. So over the years, that money was appropriated and gone through those processes, and they were closed, and we as a board didn't hear any major community issues. So if the community starts seeing deterioration or anything like that, there's still avenues to communicate up towards, like the superintendent said, to communicate to us if there's issues. Then we can assess, maybe go for another bond, or because Rancho Cordova has always been gracious to bond themselves and develop that. It's always been very supportive. Folsom's been a little different. It's the first time they got their bonds out because a little more conservative there. But the process is in place, like the superintendent said. If we're not aware of it, there's a work order in place that maybe it's just process or something's missing there. But yeah, there's a process in place to handle those facilities, and I know Matt probably can talk about that. But as far as the board knowing about that break room, I've never heard anything about it. I never even knew about it. It wasn't escalated ever to the board level. That's at a principal level. And for years of the principal that initiated that, there's no clear answer there, but that is kind of disturbing to me that a principal would make that decision, but nothing was done. So again, this is not about fixing blame. We should just move forward, be solution-oriented, and fix things as we see them and escalate them to the appropriate levels. And that's why we're here to hold that accountability. So if it's not escalated, we're not going to hear it. So I'd like, I agree with the comments here tonight that we have to escalate to the superintendent. Our only employee is our superintendent. We don't do the operations. We are a governance body, policymaker. The operations falls over there on the superintendent. We got to give her the chance to do her job and the staff to do it correctly. So I appreciate the comments. Thank you.
All right. I just have one question to wrap it up. Mr. Washburn, correct me if I'm wrong, because I very well may be, but Measure M, those funds which help build Mangini Ranch is for south of 50 in both Folsom and Rancho Cordova, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
South of 50 within the SFID3 area.
Okay, all right. Yes, it was indicated earlier that those funds were just for Folsom, but those funds could be used south of 50 within the bond region in Rancho Cordova as well.
From Sunrise to El Dorado County line.
Okay, that's all I wanted to clarify. All right, so that wraps up that agenda item. Let's move to the next, which is update on Measure H projects. Superintendent.
Yes, this agenda item was also requested by the board at a couple of different meetings, and we've placed it on tonight's agenda. And I want to welcome Angela Griffin and Peter Maroon, who helped put this presentation together. But I also want to thank our City of Rancho Cordova partners and their generosity. We heard that in our last presentation and in passing the bond measures, but we're also going to hear it here and talking about Measure H. And over several years, our students and schools have benefited greatly from the generosity of our community in Rancho Cordova through the Community Enhancement Fund that supports academics, athletics, visual and performing arts, and positive culture building. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Griffin and Mr. Maroon to share some of those details, the glows and the grows.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much. Good evening, board members, Dr. Kaligian, and we're going to present this in two parts. I'm going to talk about the history, a quick overview, and the process of how Folsom Cordova enjoys this wonderful opportunity with the Rancho Cordova Community Enhancement and Investment Fund. And then Mr. Maroon will do a deeper dive into the athletics. So, other one, this one. Aha. Okay, so we all affectionately call this Measure H. And this is because back in 2014, the citizens of Rancho Cordova passed Measure H bond and agreed to tax themselves a 0.5 cent sales tax in order to create a fund that could then be used for community enhancements. And over the years, this has then been combined with Measure R, and the name is officially CEIF, or Community Enhancement Investment Fund. So, but we still like to call it Measure H. You can see here, this is just some statistics and some information provided by the City of Rancho Cordova. Just this year alone, there's $22 million that has been set aside in order to fund the different community developments and the different enhancements that both Measure H and Measure R support. So we're going to focus on the Measure H side of it, and more than 70 approved community projects just for this year. So, and this fiscal year that the city has is the same as our fiscal year, so it's a July to June. And then another note too, Folsom Cordova schools in Rancho Cordova have benefited from this program since the 2015-2016 school year. So there's a cycle, and it's a perpetual calendar in a way that is a process for applying for grants, when they're released and how they're decided upon, and then the implementation. So every year in February, the grant application window opens on the city's website, and anybody can apply for a grant. We can apply for grants, we do. Community members can apply for grants, they do as well. So during that grant application window, information is provided, from the city to the community. And then there's a deadline that's set. What's really important to know is that in March, when the city's deadline is set, about 2 weeks prior to that, school districts' deadlines are set. So not only ours, but Elk Grove Unified and also Sac City Unified, because they also, those school districts also have schools within the bounds of the city. Once the city deadline has been established and it has been met, the superintendent and her committee review all grants, either written internally or externally, that have something to do with our schools. We just want to make sure that they're vetted properly, that we're able to support them, and we're able to implement them. After that, the city takes over and they take a look at all of the grants. They take a look at their priorities. They also have a citizen oversight board. And this year, we have two students from Cordova High School who are going to be sitting on that citizens oversight board. So if you take a look at the list here, you'll just see some of the projects that have been funded through Measure H or CEIF. And you'll see that there's internal grants. Those are the ones that our staff have written. And you'll see external grants. Those are the ones that community organizations or community members have written. So if you take a look, you'll see at the external grants at the very top is Blessings in a Backpack. And as JD and Ricky presented earlier, those funds from Measure H, CEIF have helped fund that program. You'll see on the internal side, the athletic improvement, and that's what Mr. Maroon is going to talk a little bit about. So there are so many different programs here. It's hard to go into depth into any one of them, but just take a minute to look at all of those on that list. And here are some pictures to go with it. So you'll see that we've got Mills Middle School up there, and Measure H has supported their PBIS program, and they have won silver awards 2 years in a row. You'll see a van for Kinney High School. We have multiple vans that have been funded through Measure H. Of course, Blessings in a Backpack is up there, Soil-Born Farms, and I love the Williamson book vending machine. You'll see that little boy is getting ready to pick a book out of the book vending machine. So the financial support is important, but as is also equally important is the community involvement and that direct interaction with our schools, with our programs, with our teachers, and with our students. And you'll see some numbers there too, and they're very impressive. This year, upcoming, the funding is approximated to be just over $1 million. And just to take a look, it's about $1 million every year since the 2018-2019 school year. It's just been over $5 million of funding. Oh, and there's a note up there too. COVID really threw a wrench into some of the projects that were approved and agreed upon and funded. But I just have to say a shout out to the city for being really flexible with either altering the nature of the program that was funded or actually letting us delay it until a future time in which the program could be implemented. So, big thank you to the city. We've been talking now is about the standard projects, the annual grant requests, and that's what I've been addressing, but also not to be dismissed are those legacy projects, those really large projects that are funded through the CEIF funds, the Promise program that helps students really find those funds for the Folsom Lake College. And then also a fun fact too, and I learned this in my discovery, that the very first community grant was issued in 2015, and it was for the 2 grand pianos that are at Cordova High School. So again, it's funding, but it's also strong community partnerships. We couldn't do this without the support of the Rancho Cordova City Council, the citizens of Rancho Cordova, the CEIF team. A huge shout out to Stacy Delaney, a staff member at the city, the community organizations that support our schools. And I just really have to say a big, huge thank you to my assistant, Robin Mandeville, who does an enormous job of navigating a lot of the paperwork and the contracts and the certificates of insurance. It really takes a team to come together, and the students are the beneficiaries of that. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Maroon.
Thank you, Angela. I got to be honest, we've been very fortunate in this community to have Measure H and the support from the city of Rancho Cordova, specifically the city council. Their flexibility has allowed us to do a tremendous amount of things that typically booster clubs would be funding. And in the inception of this athletic improvement grant, it was a couple city council members and I met, and we talked about how do we fill the gap that is there because of a lack of a strong booster support in Rancho Cordova. So Measure H has been that gap filler, if you will. And one of the big things for the city of Rancho Cordova is, hey, we're going to be the best. We want to be just like anybody else, if not better. So with that in mind, I think when we look at why do we ask for the money, because this is my thing as a parent of 4 kids, when I have them playing sports and the teams are asking for donations or contributions or volunteering, whatever it is, first thing I want to know is why. Where's that money going to be spent? And is it going to be on my kid, or is it some project, 40 years down the line? So we want to make sure that we're answering that why question for our parents, for our community members, and for the city. And having the city as our oversight, if you will, because anytime we ask for Measure H, there's a midterm report that has to be turned in by the middle of the year, and then an end of the year report. And then there's an audit. So every single invoice, every single nickel and dime we spent is accounted for. And literally, I'm going to say Robin, Angela's assistant, and I spent about 2 weeks trying to figure out where $1.32 went one year, and it drove us nuts because we couldn't find the invoice to balance it out. And we finally found it. And that's the city's, commitment to ensuring that the funds are used for the city of Rancho Cordova and the community there. With that, as you can see, over the last 4 years, we have about $817,000 we've gained from Measure H to help our athletic improvement. The athletic improvement program is not strictly for Cordova High School. It is for Cordova, for Mills, for Mitchell, and for Kenny. With that, some of the things that we've done. We determine allocation based on needs. So this is the categories that we utilize to spend our money. So for instance, advertising and marketing. A lot of our schools, they want to put up banners, they want to put up signage so people know, where the home site is or whatever it may be. And so we've used that as a category for schools to spend their money on. If you've ever gone to Cordova High School, there are multiple banners that stayed on the campus, in the gym, or whatever it may be, Cordova High or Lansford Pride or whatever it may be. Those are purchased through Measure H funds. Employee salaries and enrichments. Because athletics fluctuates, one year you'll have less kids, one year you'll have more kids. This is used to offset that, to ensure that we don't have an excuse as to why we can't support kids with coaching stipends. The opposite of the flip side of that is our district amount is usually fixed based on the number of kids the previous year. And I can get into that in a little bit further here. Recognition awards. This is for the kids, their certificates, their block Cs, whatever it may be. We want to make sure that they're getting recognized. So we have that as a category. Travel and meals. We put that in there because there's all kinds of stuff that happens that we don't anticipate. A couple of years ago, we had a young lady who made the section and state finals in wrestling, and all of a sudden we're scrambling to figure out how to get her down to Bakersfield for the event. Thanks to Measure H, we didn't have to scramble that much. We just had to make hotel reservations, get transportation in place, and take care of the meals for the kid and the students, as well as one of the students' parents, because we had to have a female adult, traveling with us. So we were able to do that, thanks to Measure H. Security for our football games. This is in addition to staff security, also having additional security to help out, especially on a Friday night games. Inventory and sports equipment, and this is it's a large topic. Fundraising is difficult. We don't provide funding for our schools to purchase uniforms or equipment they may need on a regular basis. That generally has to come from the individual programs doing their own fundraising. Measure H has been able to offset that by allowing some teams to focus on, coaching the kids and not worry about fundraising for equipment. Student athlete transportation. This is a barrier for a lot of our parents. We have a transportation fee, and we've used Measure H to offset that, so there's no excuse as to why kids can't participate or take the bus for athletic events. And then facility updates and upgrades. Again, with that, we look at what is the purpose, what is the why, okay, and then we determine how to get that done. And the city has been phenomenal. As Matt mentioned earlier, the work that we did at Cordova High School with the 3 shot put rings and we have an additional shot put ring, by the way, which is 85 feet. And the reason why is because there was one athlete in the state of California who set the record at 85 feet. So we didn't want to have an excuse that you can't throw here because you're going to hit the fence. So we created one shot put ring to make sure that it's not only high school compliant, but also NCAA compliant. And then we had 3 additional ones for practice. The middle schools also use that track and field area for practice, so allowed them to have kids next to each other so the coach doesn't have to run around different areas and have more than one kid participating at one time. Great idea. It came from actually some of the city folks, so we put that into play. What you're looking at here is a picture of Kenny High School. Kenny had basketball hoops and a court that was not the standard. So thanks to Measure H funds, when we wanted to start up a program, at the time the principal asked if they can start a basketball program for the kids there. But they don't have indoor facilities, they have an outdoor facility, and it was not the standard. And I think the basketball hoop was like 7 feet tall. So the kids were slamming it before they even jumped off the ground. But we were able to modernize it, update the facility, put in actual standards that made sense at the 10-foot level, and then we were able to purchase uniforms for them, and they were able to compete in an alternative educational league prior to COVID, of course. So impact of athletic improvements, updated equipment and supplies, reduce the financial barriers to our families. I'm not putting it in a report, but when we have some of our parents who are coming to our coaches and saying, hey, I can't afford to get a sports bra for my daughter. We didn't want that to have a barrier. We didn't want the coaches to figure out how to deal with that. So thanks to Measure H, we were able to purchase supplies for our kids that they need. We had some kids that couldn't afford soccer shoes, same kind of a thing. So provide additional funds for stipends for increasing enrichment needs. Some of our coaches provide additional time for the kids to do enrichment or tutoring. We want to compensate them for that time outside of their coaching. So we're able to do that through this fund. We upgraded visual displays of outdated facilities such as the scoreboards. We put a brand new one at Cordova High School's stadium, as well as in their new softball area. It didn't have it has a scoreboard, but it hadn't worked in years. And it was off to the side, and there was a tree in the way. So we fixed that. Pay the cost of outside security for our sporting events, promote school pride, and recognizing our student athletes. The mat that you saw there, what came from the city council member in Rancho Cordova, Terry said, hey, what's with the wrestling mats? So we purchased a brand new wrestling mat. That is a small scale version of what they received. This is a lighter mat. It's broken up into 7 pieces. They're about 6 feet tall. It's easier for the kids to move, easier to store, so that we don't have large mats that we're trying to roll up on the old style carts and then wheel them into a truck and move them at times. Our athletes benefited. The scoreboard that you see there, that's the one that's up in the stadium. Boys volleyball benefited. Girls soccer championship, boys soccer championship, cheerleading, and I apologize, we don't really put much money into Measure H, but we did help them out with one particular project that they were working on for an event. So that's why I put that picture up there. Wrestling champs, again, our kids are benefiting because when they're looking, like they're dressed in brand new uniforms, using brand new facilities with brand new equipment, you play better, right? When you look better, you feel good, you want to play better. You compete at that level. Close, we have noticed 1/3 of our student athletes are coming from our middle schools, high school, and Mitchell. That's an increase from where it used to be. Now, we'll say it did take a dip with COVID. Like most schools, our athletes didn't participate when there wasn't that many sports to participate in. Especially at the middle school, the only event that was available during COVID was track and field. So you can see our numbers did dip during those years. But since then, if you look at 2021-22 for Cordova High School specifically, the competition of winning championships in cross country, wrestling, boys and girls soccer, baseball, softball, track and field, and boys volleyball. That's tremendous because we've upgraded the facilities, we've upgraded the uniforms and the equipment. There's no excuses why our kids can't compete. We addressed the facility improvements at Lancer Stadium, including the track resurfacing, the new shot put areas, the new discus areas, the new scoreboards for the stadium and the softball fields. I didn't mention the hammer cage. That's also in there. It's also used as a discus area as well. And we're looking to work on the steeplechase to complete that project as soon as we get some things taken care of there. And our student athletes are taking advantage of these opportunities and excelling to compete in leagues and sections and regionals and at the state level. The other thing we've noticed is recently Principal Hayden sent out an email to some of our cabinet members saying, hey, our football team's GPA is the highest it's been in the last 5 years. That's tremendous work to the coaches, to the program, and to the funding that's coming in from Measure H to make sure there's no excuses. Mills and Mitchell, they started a new league this year. We incorporated them into the Folsom Middle and Sutter Middle League, which is the Foothill Athletic League. What happened is during COVID, a lot of the school districts decided to bring in their middle schools into a school league within their district. So as a result, we kind of got bounced out, both ends of the district, Folsom schools and the Rancho schools. So we decided to combine them. And then we were asked if Rolling Hills, Marina, and Camarado can join those leagues. We said, absolutely, we took them in. So that's a combined group that we started this year with our middle schools. With that, there's gonna be some additional cost. At Mills and Mitchell, they increased by adding cross country. At Folsom Middle and Sutter, they added soccer, which is something that the schools have never done. So it's just to make sure that the leagues have the same level of play and same level of competition, which again, travel cost is gonna increase because of that, and of course, buying new uniforms for the new teams. CHS is working on creating fencing around the varsity softball field to replace the temporary fence. Every year during softball season, they put up the temporary fence. This year, they want to put up an enclosed area similar to what we've done at some of the other schools in our district. And then Kenny is trying to restart, they will be restarting their basketball program this year because it was shut down during COVID. So we have the uniforms, we have the funding available for them to pay for their coaches and their stipends. And then professional development training for our student athletes and coaches and leadership developments. As some of you may know, we did leadership training at Folsom High School. We have one planned at Cordova High School as well to make sure that our kids and our coaches are kind of following that same thing as far as ethical leadership and talking about athletics and how permeates not just on the campus, but also outside in the community, not just during that year, but in lifelong learning. Some visuals for you. I mean, when you go to Mitchell Middle School, you're going to see the flags flying Mills Middle School uses their flags for the entrance to their gym because it's around the side. So it's a great way for them to welcome parents with putting up their flags, and they know exactly where to go. The uniforms at Mitchell Middle School, and this is one of those things, you know, you have to understand that we have so many turnovers at athletic directors or coaches at the middle school level. One of the games I was there to watch earlier, and one of the kids had a uniform number 84. And the official was trying to figure out how to signal a foul on number 84. It didn't have enough hands to call that signal. And I'm like, why are we using 84? Well, that's what was purchased back then. So, of course, with Measure H funds, we're able to replace them. You don't go past 55 in basketball for that very reason. You don't have that many more fingers. So we fixed that problem. So as we saw these needs that were there, we addressed them. And then we also have a uniform rotation cycle in place. Every 3 years, we look to replace our varsity uniforms, and we water down the next group to the JV or to the freshman level, depending what's there. And that's a cycle that we started 4 years ago. We're in that, cycle this year. So that first year we purchased uniforms, we're right there where we are again. Those uniforms will be watered down to the JV groups so that we can utilize them. We don't look to purchase uniforms that will last 1 or 2 years. We look to purchase uniforms that are going to last us 9. And that's the whole idea, is to be able to rotate them 3 years across every level. So some of the pictures that you see up there, and of course, Mills has their pop-up tents, and you saw some of that maybe if you went to the employee recognition. Again, that's through the efforts of Measure H and the funding and support there. During COVID, we were not able to utilize all of our funds through Measure H to accomplish the projects that we had. We didn't have athletics until February. There was no fall or winter sports. So the city, we met with the city. They said, hey, what about flexing our opportunity to do some other things? So we used a lot of the money from that year from Measure H that we already received through athletic grants, plus an additional $174,000 to upgrade these facilities. And as mentioned earlier, we were able to do this in a very short period of time, put a lot of time and effort, energy into getting this done, having it ready to go by the time the Golden West Invitational was held at Cordova High School. By the way, there's that 85-foot, disc or shot put area if you want to know where it's at. So Mr. Bonovich and his staff have been working hard to replace all the locker rooms, the girls' and boys' locker rooms in the old facility, old gymnasium area. And they spent a ton of time and energy, all kinds of interior construction that need to be done. They spent over $1 million. So there was a little bit of shortfall there with lockers. As you may know, during COVID, we had a tough time with shipping and handling and getting things sent to us. So we had ordered them, but they hadn't come in. And by the time they did come in, the funding was utilized to fix buildings and actual infrastructure. With that, the city stepped in and said, hey, we'll pay for the replacements of the lockers and the replacements of the windows. So both those locker rooms are being completed. I was there today and saw the girls' locker room. They're spray painting the lights and reinstalling them back in the ceiling. So that's good to hear and good to see. The boys' locker room is just about done, I believe. And then the scoreboard there that you see is the Lancers, or the girls' softball field. Also during COVID, we're able to work with the city council to get funding to ensure that when our kids did come back from COVID, that we had some SEL in place for our coaches and understanding. We used it as an opportunity to train our coaches, both classified and certificated, whether it was at Mills, Mitchell, or Cordova High School. We made those opportunities available to all of them. And what we did is we used the curriculum that we have from Inside Out Initiative to understand, and guide them on how to use SEL with kids as they came back from COVID. What is it going to look like? We talked about developing those cultures and changing, the ways that we do things to understand if a kid's having a meltdown, don't get them on a coach and make them run a lap. That's not going to help. You need to have some compassion, some understanding, and figure out how to connect with that kid and get them some support if need be. We also recognize our coaches were having a tough time with COVID. A lot of them, their jobs changed or, their abilities to do things. So we were able to use that time to train and make some connections between the middle and the high school. To kind of think of it as an articulation, if you will, across the levels. Almost getting there. And I got to apologize for these two pictures. I wanted to show you the before and after. I showed you the before and didn't show you the after when it comes to the gym. And I apologize for that. I'll definitely send that to you at a later time. That's the equipment that we're talking about earlier with the weight room. That's what it looked like. The platform was flipped over, so the eagle was no longer there. But that's the stuff that, that we're doing to upgrade. If you take a look at what we've done over a period of the last 4 years, not just the track facilities, the locker room facilities, and the coaching summit, it's almost $1.4 million that the city of Rancho Cordova has contributed. I want to also mention that the district is contributing in kind, a lot of this either in time, in labor or whatever it may be, to support some of these things. These renovations don't go on without just, having a lot of manpower behind it. Mr. Bonovich, Mr. Washburn, and their groups have been phenomenal. Chris Anisage has really worked hard to change that boneyard over and to, help to transform what the campus looks like. So that's a lot of effort that we're putting into it. And we're able to do that because thanks to the city council. With that, I can't tell you what a partnership we've had. City council has been tremendous. The city of Rancho Cordova, the community, has been awesome to support our kids and the programs that we're providing for them, and then opportunities to change things in the way that we do business. The process is in place. As I mentioned, we do have a cycle when it comes to uniforms. We have an inventory when it comes to equipment and uniforms. When something goes down, we have a process in place now to address it so that we don't have these lagging issues that go over a period of time. If we're hearing about it, we're getting it fixed right away, or we're having a conversation with the city so we can address those things. But this process has been, a lot of work. Angela's office, as I mentioned, as well as Mr. Bonovich. I can't say enough about what his crew has done. But the city of Rancho Cordova has been very open and very flexible when we've needed things, and that can't be understated. And I think that's it.
Okay, let's open it for questions. And since I don't want to give Mr. Hui a complex that he's always going last, so let's start over here. And you're good. All right, Mr. Clark.
Peter, thank you for the presentation on those. The one thing you didn't mention, and I'm proud that what the city did with part of the Measure H funds was provide the new football helmets for Cordova's team.
So that was before my time, sorry. That was one of the original grants. That was $300,000 that was granted with the helmets, with the uniforms, with shoulder pads, a lot of stuff that was spent. And actually, one of the reasons why we changed the way we were doing it, as Angela mentioned, before you had different groups applying to the city, and some of it was vetted, some of it was not, and it couldn't be done because we didn't know about it until after the fact. So with this process, we do have a helmet. Because here's part of the problem is when you buy 100 helmets at one time, in 10 years, they're going to expire.
Absolutely.
And if you don't have that funding in place and you don't have a rotation of replacing those helmets, you're stuck with that large bill at one time. Okay. So what we've done is part of that is to create a rotation with some funding, thanks to the city and also I'm pointing at Sean over here because he's been very generous in supporting us. We do have a rotation to replace helmets that are, they're basically lining out after 10 years so that we don't get into that situation.
Right. Okay. Also, if we can go to page 12, I had a quick question. I appreciate you doing what you're doing for the athletes, especially volleyball and soccer and cheerleader and wrestling. One thing that I had heard rumbling throughout the community was the use of, how can I say this, the boys' baseball uniforms and how, that's all you, and how they weren't, they were old. And I think that was a couple of years ago. I had talked to one of the city council members, and actually the baseball coach said, hey, well, how can we get new unis? And I do believe in the concept of if you look good, you play good. So can you expand on that a little bit more?
Sure. So after Coach Anderson left to Cordova High School, the new coach that came in, and at the same time, you had a different athletic director, and there was a different vendor that was being utilized. And that's, part of the responsibility under my umbrella is that making sure that we're getting stuff that works for us, that meets our needs, not picking and choosing from different vendors that, don't meet our standard. So with that, those uniforms that were purchased at the time, I don't know if there was where the glitch was, but there were some uniforms that came without numbers. So we got the jerseys, but not the numbers. I don't know what happened there. But when I did hear about it, we talked to because then the coach left, we got a new coach. That coach came in, actually got 2 sets of uniforms donated. And then I'm gonna blame that man back there, but he brought to my attention, hey, what's wrong with these uniforms? They need to be fixed. So we did purchase a 3rd set. So Cordova High School right now has 3 sets of uniforms, a red jersey, a black jersey, and a white jersey with pinstripes. So baseball uniforms are set.
Okay. I haven't seen the one with the pinstripes.
They don't like to use them.
Yeah, must be missing that one. Okay, another question, and maybe we can use Measure H funds, but, you know, they had Dwight Taylor out in Folsom. I did a speaker series out there for the athletes or whoever it was. I would really love to see that at Cordova. I think all of our athletes, including our cheerleaders, would greatly benefit from him coming out and do a speaker series. Is it at all possible to use some of that Measure H funds, if we have any, to have him come in and do that? And
Actually,
utilize the Performing Arts Center. I don't
Dr.
know.
Kaligian has been generous and given us some funding to do that at Cordova High School. We're in the process of creating that presentation. What's difficult is Folsom High created theirs over the summer and had time to build it. So we're kind of, building the plane while we're flying it right now when it comes to it. But that's the idea, is to get our athletes. Dwight Taylor, which is ironic, I worked with him back in 2014 when I was doing Character Combine. He was one of the first presenters that we used when we did that years ago. So I've known him for a long time. He's really mastered his craft. He's gotten really good at what he does. He just emailed me a couple days ago asking where are we in the process, so I kind of updated him. Okay. But he is one of the individuals we're looking at utilizing to support the message that we want to get to our kids.
So where are we in the process?
Well, I mean, Jared and his staff are identifying, location, and we're going to use City Hall, to be honest with you, identifying what the presentation is. We can't just take the cookie cutter that Folsom created and put it at Cordova. It doesn't meet the needs.
Totally get that, but I'm just wondering if City Hall is big enough to facilitate something like that.
Well, what we want to do is build trainers of trainers, if you will. We want to focus on our leaders that are sophomores and juniors at Cordova High School. And we want to build for the future. So we want to train them this year, talk about what it means for ethical leadership, what it means in athletics. As you know, the fan behavior, and officials being assaulted, that kind of stuff is really amplified. We want to use this as an opportunity to get some support on campus, and those student leaders can communicate with other kids and be the role models for them, if you will. That's the intent of that.
Well, if you'd be so kind to keep the board updated on that,
We'll definitely send you guys invitations as well.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Hoover.
Thanks, Peter. I really appreciate the update. I don't have any questions for now. I'm going to save them for after public comment if we have any.
Okay. Board Member Short.
I have none. Thank you.
Board Member Shrivastava.
I have none as well.
Board Member Perez.
I just wanted to say thank you for this presentation on Measure H. I've conversed with several student athletes at Cordova, and they've also noticed these changes and upgrades to athletics that really motivates them to continue pursuing their sport, as well as serves as motivation to continue academic excelling throughout school. They feel appreciated knowing that their athletic efforts are being acknowledged, and I also appreciate the action of SEL coaching being implemented when thinking of our coaches and student athletes. And it's very evident that our student athletic teams at Cordova have been blooming with several wins over the years, so thank you.
Actually, for me, it's just a comment. Let's see. City Council Member Gatewood, just want to sincerely thank you and the city for everything you do to help us and the Rancho Cordova community and the school district. And please extend our appreciation to your colleagues as well. All right. Do we have any public comments? No. Any online? All right. Back to the board. Again, this is not an action item, so any final remarks?
Just want to echo your comments. This is just amazing partnership with the city. So.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? All right. That moves us forward to the superintendent's report. Superintendent Kaligian.
Yes. I want to thank all those that put together presentations this evening. And it was great to have highlights of Blessings in a Backpack and Mr. Washburn and his team with our Measure N and P and all the projects that are supporting our facilities and planning for the future. And then, of course, Measure H and our partnership with the city of Rancho Cordova. We're a very blessed community and school district, and I think that shows. And when we hear from our students that it's making a difference and an impact, we know we're moving in the right direction. We know we still have a lot of work to be done, But, we take those steps forward and, through communication, we'll continue to make those strides forward. So excited about that work and highlighting that tonight. I also want to highlight that it's Hispanic Heritage Month. And this is, every month in our district, on our SEL equity page, we have a celebration and a remembrance that is part of our administrative regulation. But this month is honoring the contributions of our Hispanic leaders, culture, students, families. And as Elena Cabrera says, fun fact, over 5,000 of our students, of our 21,000 students in Folsom, Cordova, are of Hispanic background. And I think it is significant that we call that out, and our schools are doing a lot to recognize the history of our Hispanic culture, the backgrounds, the journeys, the stories, the struggles. But that's important for our students to see that, and that it's represented in our classrooms as well. So we're just very pleased to be able to celebrate that, and our schools are doing the same. I also want to do a shout out for our 20-day attendance challenge. I briefly mentioned this at our last meeting, that we have grown in our attendance rates over the first 20 days compared to last year, almost by 1%. But there were 4 schools that really stood out that I want to do an extra shout out to. And I know Scott Meyer and his department also delivered some extra treats. But Cordova Gardens Elementary improved 1.4%. Congratulations to Gardens. Cordova High School improved 0.9%, so almost 1%, and that was huge for them. Kinney High School and Prospect actually improved almost 6%. That's huge. And I think that, they've had an incredible year, and a lot is about the culture and climate and those connections with students and that extra outreach. And then Mitchell Middle School has increased 2%. So we're proud of all of our schools, but I wanted to do a special shout out for those 4. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next, board member reports. Let's start with the student board members. Board member Perez.
This week has been very eventful with college applications searching for financial aid, and I honestly already miss homecoming week. Today we took our annual panorama senior picture at Cordova, and that will be sold to parents and placed into this year's yearbook. I also want to emphasize Center Middle's web program and their presentation. Their informative presentation, as I also want to continue acknowledging all student-led programs on campus, such as ASB, peer leadership, and after-school clubs. I'd like to thank Dr. Kaligian and Ms. Cabrera and all that are contributing to honoring Hispanic Heritage Month. I'm also super excited for next week's dinner with the Sacramento County School Board Association, and ultimately just looking forward to crisp autumn weather. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member Shrivastava.
Yeah, I also just wanted to thank the Sutter Middle School students for doing such an incredible job with their presentation tonight, and also to Blessings in a Backpack. I'm so inspired by their work, and I'm so glad that we have so many amazing community-based programs that really take care of our kids. And I'm also really excited to see such big SAB rep turnout at our committee meetings lately. We had, I believe, 9 students at our Safety Advisory Committee meeting last night, which is pretty unprecedented. So I'm proud to see such a strong student voice in our district. I also want to thank FCEA for their comment tonight. It was extremely relevant, and I echo their feedback on our governance team. And for once, I am glad to be wrong about something. I'm excited to potentially be involved in the naming of a second school site. So thank you for making that happen, Board President Reed. And good luck to all of my fellow Vista students on midterms tomorrow. And I'm also looking forward to attending the Indian cultural event at Folsom Middle School tomorrow evening.
All right, thank you. Let's switch over to Board Member Hui.
Thank you. Just a couple of very quick things, Rhea. I think a couple of them you mentioned, but I did want to just give an extra shout out to our 2 student board members at our Safety Advisory Committee meeting last night. As you mentioned, there were almost 9 students altogether in a group of about 50. I know that's a lot. A lot of that is due to the work you guys have done and put into that group. So it's appreciated. Thank you. It was really exciting to have all those students there. And I would say not just have them there, but have a lot of students that were willing to give their voice to the meeting. So Appreciate that. And the only other thing you also mentioned, just one more day of finals for Vista, so good luck to all those students that are going to be doing that, and please get some rest after.
Board Member Short.
No report, thank you.
Okay, Board Member Clark.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did have the opportunity to visit Mather Heights and Rancho Cordova Elementary, and last but not least, I actually enjoyed the festivities at Cordova High during their homecoming week. I was there Friday for the rally. Actually was there for their alumni reception, which was really fun. And then for the homecoming game. And she didn't say anything, but she was a little modest. But I'm going to bring it up and say congratulations, Queen Rocio.
Trying to be humble here, thank you.
Is a homecoming queen at Cordova, so I wanted to say congratulations to her on that. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to go to the third year of the 1300 campaign with my brother's keeper. And one thing that I'm asking, hopefully, that we can do as a board, and I can bring it up again during advanced planning, is to have a presentation about the 1300 campaign and what they're trying to do. What they are trying to do, I'll just say it right now, is they're trying to send young men of color to college. Their goal is to hit 1,300 by the year 2025. And I believe that they had a discussion with the superintendent in August. I'd like to try to hurry that process and move it forward to hopefully, with the board's consensus, have a resolution done that we are on board and we would be joining Natomas, Elk Grove, Sac City, San Juan, and Scoey. So hopefully we can make that happen. Trying to think what else I have here. Let me chime in on the repairs at the schools. And it bothers me that the board does not get that information. And I don't want the community to pick and choose who they send those complaints to. I'm a board member that has been in every school at least 3 times a year, and I ask how everything's going. Please tell me what's going on. I mean, if I get an email on something, a question, I answer it, I respond. My only thing is include the board, not just your favorite board members, but include everybody. So that way we can get the information over to the superintendent, who again is our only employee, so she can get it out to her cabinet. So we can rectify these situations that are happening. Like I said, when I go to schools, I'm not looking at buildings. I'm laser focused on the kids. I'm laser focused on the teachers. And if there are parents, I'm laser focused on them too. But in the future, if there are community members who have complaints, please let members of the board know. There are 5 of us, not 2. That way we can work on it. That's all that I have right now.
All right, Mr. Hoover.
Thank you, sir. And just so everyone knows, I did forward all those photos along, as well to the superintendent. So definitely provide some good context. I just want to give a quick shout out to Cordova Villa for having me out today. I got to read to Miss David's 2nd grade class, and I visited Miss Guillen's TK class, as well as a 1st grade and a special ed class. It was really fun, actually, because I walked into the TK during playtime, and oh my gosh, there were toys everywhere. And I was like, wow, this is a mess. And so I mentioned it. I said, do they do a good job cleaning up? So they sent me a photo of all the clean classroom at the end of the day. So that was super fun. It was great chatting with Principal Wilkerson as well. She reemphasized the challenges that, Dawn, I know you already are well aware of, about needing to hire IAs and needing more subs. And so, we talked about that, which I think we've talked about a lot here in this boardroom. So I appreciate all the work you're doing to continue to address those issues. Actually ran into a friend of mine who was subbing there for the day, so that was fun. Also chatted with Lucia, who's the school psychologist there, about just the increased needs that she's seen since COVID, since school shutdowns. And so I just say that because even as I leave this board, I just hope that the priority of our kids' mental health continues to be a high one. And I know that we all care about that issue very deeply. And I've already committed to go back in March for Read Across America, even though I won't be on the board anymore. So that'll be fun to see him again in March. I'm excited as well about William Leedsdorf, and thank you, David, for that suggestion. And thanks again to Angela and just the work of the naming committee. Really was a pretty fun process. And, I think we discussed a lot of great stuff. It was pretty smooth. And we also came up with some great ideas for future names, potentially for future schools. And I think finally, I think I'm going to stop there. I was going to say one more thing, but I think I'm going to save it. So that's it for me.
Now you got my curiosity. All right. As for myself, I'm going to do something, I guess, a little unusual, and I'm going to carry this over for several meetings. I don't know how many meetings, but I have been speaking for a couple of years now on what I have perceived as a boy crisis, and that's impacting our entire nation, if you will, not just at the local level. And I've been doing more research into it. It's part of the reason why I have been asking for demographics that we haven't been provided historically in the past, which is, we frequently get breakdowns based on race, but we never in the past historically have gotten breakdowns by gender, and I have been requesting that, and the district's starting to provide that. But I'm going to start reading small excerpts on what the problem really is, so that we can try to quantify it and understand it. I'm not going to read like entire articles. I won't bore you. But I'm going to just read 3 paragraphs that appeared just this week in a newspaper article that I actually have already shared with Superintendent Kaligian. But it reads, in New York, boys are lagging behind girls in math and a full grade level behind in English. Similar patterns can be seen across the nation. Boys graduate high school at about the same rate as poor students, while girls account for 2 out of 3 high schoolers in the top 10% ranked by GPA. 1 in 4 black boys repeat a grade, and 60% of students on college campuses are now women. When almost 1 in 4 boys, 23%, are categorized as having a developmental disability, it is fair to wonder if it is the boys or the system that is not functioning properly. As many boys struggle through school, many men are also having a hard time in the labor market. The jobs men used to get without much formal education are disappearing. Fewer than 1 in 10 jobs now require what the Bureau of Labor Statistics describes as heavy work, requiring occasional lifting of or carrying 51 to 100 pounds, or frequently lifting or carrying 26 to 50 pounds. So that's where I'm at. That's my 3 paragraphs for today. But I will pick some other paragraphs to share as my board comment in future meetings. Again, I want to start emphasizing and shining a light on what I see as a major problem in this country that we, for some reason, are not paying attention to. So that's my board comments for this evening. All right, moving.
Can I just add one thing?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I just wanted to echo Board Member Clark's comments about forwarding any concerns from the community to the board, and I'd like to include Rocio and I as well, and that whatever is not confidential or related to a specific student matter, Rocio and I are allowed to look at, and though our vote is preferential, we still have the opportunity to speak about it on the dais. So if any of that could be forwarded to us as well, that would be appreciated. Thanks.
Absolutely, yeah. All right, moving on to item 16, advanced planning. Let's see, our next board meeting is in 2 weeks on October 20th, and you have the 12-month calendar. Now we're switched to suggested future agenda items. I know we took a few off tonight, so that was good. And I think a couple will be coming off in the next meeting or two as well. So is there any additional suggested items for?
Mr. President?
Yes.
The presentation on the 1300 project, hopefully we can have a presentation on that. Also look into the possibility of having a resolution supporting that, that project.
Okay. Any others? All right.
Just the naming stuff we've already discussed, so.
Yeah, all right. All right, if no other suggested future agenda items, we can skip over the recess to closed session since we took care of all of our matters in closed session. And that takes us to adjournment. So we will adjourn the meeting by unanimous consent unless there is an objection. Hearing none, we're adjourned.